Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, officials from DBE and Umalusi. Chairperson, if we can give just another minute or two, we are still waiting for one or two members to join the platform. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members, officials from DBE and Umalusi. I hope you can hear me. We have 6 members currently present. Chairperson, I will hand over to you.
Morning, and thank you very much. Llewellyn, can you help us with the roll call, please?
Yes,
Recording
thank you,
in
Chairperson. We have
progress.
yourself, Honorable Bingo Gigaba. I have Honorable Aduans, Honorable Morwasetla, Honorable Letsie. I have Honorable Van Zyl and Honorable Boshoff present. I have an apology for Honorable Sukers, who can't be with us this morning. And also apologies. I see Deputy Minister and Minister are on the platform. I do know that Minister may have to leave us a bit at around 11:30 for another engagement. And I did receive an apology from Deputy Minister, but I see she is on the platform. Thank you, Chairperson.
Mashabela, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Honorable Mashabela.
Fighter. Sawubona hle. And welcome. Thank you very much, Llewellyn. Let me welcome Team DBE, led by the Minister. And good morning to you, the Deputy Minister and the DG. Let me also greet the members of the Portfolio Committee. Special welcome to the fighter. We know you have not been well. We hope you are recovering very, very well. And the staff from Parliament and everybody, let us welcome you to this meeting. And up front, allow me to apologize that we had to change the agenda yesterday, not to change, but rather take off the issue of the Bella Bill. And like we have said, that there has been a delay with the printing of the bill, which is supposed to be taking us to the next level and the last meeting. So we have then moved that meeting for that particular purpose. And I want to apologize to the members again up front that we actually scheduled the meeting for the next week on the 26th of September. and knowing very well it is a constituency period, because this is our last week. We will be on constituency from Friday. But we had to do that. We are going to have that meeting visually. We are taking into cognizance the fact that members are supposed to be doing their political work in their constituencies. We know political parties are busy, all of them. But I must apologize. I'm only asking an hour or two of your hours next week Tuesday, so that we process and finalize the Bella bill. I hope that is understood by all the members. At this stage, Llewellyn, can I ask you to give us the agenda? On the agenda today, we are going to get a presentation from the Department of Basic Education and Umalusi on the exam readiness. They will update us. As we know, they are preparing for the exams. The department for our learners. Can I get members to adopt the agenda? Honorable Litsia.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning to you and all honorable members on the platform. Good morning to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the DG, and the entire battalion from the department. My name is Tebogo Litsie, and I move for the adoption of the agenda as presented. Thanks.
Honorable Adwans.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to your good self. Good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, Minister, TM, DG, and the team. Good morning to the staff and everyone in the platform. I move to adopt the agenda as it is. Chair, thank you. To second, actually.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adwans. Minister, welcome back. Can I allow you to give us a portfolio, a political overview?
Oh, no, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to all members of the committee and also to, it says it's the battalion, but for me, it's colleagues from the department. Thank you again, Chair, for giving us the opportunity to come and brief the Portfolio Committee on our exam readiness. It is indeed one of our most important activity in the department, where the whole sector focuses, schools do, provinces do, and regions. So we're very privileged to come and brief you. I won't take much of your time, Chair, except for thanking you for giving us the opportunity to come and present to yourselves, and look forward to your comment, your advice, and your counsel. But thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ma. And we have noted the fact that you are going to leave us earlier. I'm not sure if the team from DG, Umalusi, are they in the meeting?
Morning, Chairperson. Yes.
Yes, they are in the meeting, Chair. Morning, Chair.
Oh.
Morning, honorable members and honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Chair of Umalusi, and CEO and colleagues.
I was told the chair was going to join us later. That's why I'm asking. But nonetheless, I think let me hand over to you, DG. Obviously, the department will lead. We'll check the chair when it's their time to present. Thank you very much, DG.
Chair, once more, Let me acknowledge and appreciate you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, the Chair of Umalusi, the CEO, and colleagues both from DBE, Umalusi, and the Portfolio Committee. Chair, there are two reports or presentations, one from DBE, the other one from Umalusi to give the state of readiness. Umalusi will give the state of readiness in terms of the quality assurer, and I suppose that will be led by the chair as it usually happens, and the CEO. And from our side, we are led by the minister, as you correctly pointed out. In our report, Chair, we have two parts. The first part is about learner readiness. That part takes about 70 to 80% of the presentation. We've changed that over time. Instead of just talking about system readiness, we factored in learner readiness because that's important. And we tell a story of 12 to 13 years of schooling, what the system has done to get learners ready for this ultimate eventuality of writing an exit exam for the class of 2023. And then the second part, which is part B, will deal with exam readiness. Part A is going to be dealt with by Mr. Munyaki, and I'm going to employ him. It's a very long presentation, Chair, but we'll try our best to speak to the presentation instead of going blow by blow through every point in every slide, so that we afford more time for discussions. Chair, this class of 2023, like the other two classes, I mean 3 classes, 2020, 2021, and 2022, were disadvantaged by COVID. This class do reflect some ramifications of the impact of COVID-19, but also, you know, much more broader in terms of disadvantages that learners have been suffering, but we've done everything possible to make sure that we cushion them against the worst that they would get when they get into the exams. In other words, we've pulled all the stops in making sure that this class is supported and they are able to perform the same, if not better than the previous classes. And the presentation will reflect on details in that regard. There are certain things that we have not done before, for instance, in the other 3 classes that we've done in this class, both in terms of learner readiness and system readiness. In terms of our system, to preempt some of the issues that plague the system of the irregularities, such as group copying and others, which are some of the things that we are very concerned about, and we are working very hard to deal with, and to make sure that we dissuade learners from, you know, participating in some of these, what someone would call misdemeanors in terms of the administration of the exam. Without any waste of time, Chair, having given that brief kind of background or synopsis in terms of what you're going to present, if you allow me, I will then request Mr. Munyaki to start the first part of the presentation, which is part A, and part B is going to be done by Dr. Polia. I must say that Dr. Mtembu would have been in this meeting, but he lost his mom and is back home involved in the burial arrangements for his mom. That's why he's not in this meeting. So if you allow, Chair, for me to call on Mr. Munyaki to take us through part A and Gallop, and then hand over to Dr. Polia to do the last part.
fine, teacher.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Honorable.
DG.
Please
Thank you,
proceed,
DG.
Dr. Munyaki. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, and Honorable Deputy Minister, officials from Umalusi and the DBE in your portfolios, I greet you this morning. As DG indicated, the first part that I'm going to present is on learner readiness. And without much ado, I will just get to the purpose. And the purpose is to present to the portfolio committee the support that's been provided to learners, and then the issue of readiness of the examination system will be presented as indicated by Dr. Polia once we have gone through this. And then the DG has provided a synopsis of our understanding the challenges that were faced by the class of 2023. And I'll just touch on one or two just for emphasis, and start off by indicating that the DBE and the provincial education departments have been collaborating in strengthening the support for the learner for the class of 2023. Just a reminder that the class of 2023 was subjected to a myriad of challenges, amongst others a trimmed curriculum at the GET band, and then the reduction of number of content subjects, and then there were issues of rotational attendance as well as amended assessment requirements, which all worked or could work against the readiness of this cohort to sit for examinations. As we may notice, members, the last bullet, the cohort was to fully exposed to standardized assessments or examinations in grades 10 and 11, which then tells that whatever the DBE in collaboration with the provincial education departments had to do was to turn the fortunes of this cohort around. And this is what we're going to try to do by pointing out all the support that was provided for the class of 2023. And then the next slide just indicates briefly a summary of the challenges that the class of 2023 experienced. And one of the things that we need to mention, as I think I've already indicated, is all of these challenges might have had an impact on their readiness for examinations. But what we're going to pretend would be all the measures that seek to mitigate their being unfit. Now we started this, followed the route of the class of 2023, followed them from when they were in grade 10, which was in 2021. This was the kind of support that was provided to these learners at a grade 10 level. There were broadcast lessons, radio lessons, online and virtual schooling, and support packages and lesson plans, and then finally videos on content topics which learners could access from home and learn from home. And then in the next slide, we look at the support that was provided to this cohort when they were in grade 11. This was the first time they had face-to-face classroom teaching, and then there was provision of lesson plans with activities so that teachers are given guidance, are walked into providing support for these learners. There were revision materials, there were WhatsApp groups between teachers and between teachers and learners. And there were also, amongst others, extra worksheets and memoranda, made available for self-study, during the school closure. So these were some of, the initial support strategies that were implemented, when this cohort was in 10 and 11. And now going into their being in grade 12, which is the current year, we're going to provide a synopsis of
what each of the provinces at least are doing to provide support, and that will be followed by the direct support as meted out by the DBE. The first example that we cite is that of the Eastern Cape, which provides, amongst others, the extended hour program. And the extended hour program refers to an hour, in the morning or an hour in the afternoon. In other words, the school day is extended by 1 hour, so that learners can have, that additional hour for teaching and learning. And then the issue of LTSM, the soft and hard copies of the Mind Gap study guides, electronic books, and concept banks and worksheets were made available. And then this is the cohort that said, at least now for the June exams, that is, they were exposed to what standardized examination looks like. There was issue of ICT support in the form of online sessions as well, online lessons, live streaming of virtual lessons, and telematics videos. And there was also radio lessons, teacher development workshops, as well as autumn, winter, and weekend classes. We need to mention that autumn and winter classes are a constant throughout all the provinces. So in some cases, I will just pick up on all of those aspects that are peculiar to the province. This is what the Eastern Cape has done to provide learner support. And in the next slide, we want to mention or remembers that we're looking at support that is provided to special schools. And this is what the Eastern Cape has done, and that'll be the next slide, Mr. Mahara. The Eastern Cape has 40 special schools, and we have to mention the efforts that the Eastern Cape undertook to strengthen and provide support for the learners in special schools. And this was seen in them taking their learners for tuition, in the Gauteng province. They attended the 10-day winter school program in Gauteng province. And furthermore, blind learners were also included in the district-based support programs, which is something that tells that we not just living our learners special schools outside of all the support or support programs that we implementing. This is what the Eastern Cape has done for the special schools. And then next we look at a sample of what the Eastern Cape has done for teacher interventions, teacher support. And this lays out, the type of support, as in content workshop, standard setting, accountability, and content manuals. And the objectives hereof were to set targets to address content challenges as diagnosed in, the diagnostic and chief markets reports. I think right at the bottom there, the bottom run indicates the frequency of support as well as the duration, of the support measures, and then the number of teachers who were targeted, as well as the last column there, the percentage of the cohort that was reached. I think honorable members can see that the support was really commendable, and that teachers gained a lot from this. And then the Free State also had their specialized support programs, and in this case, I just want to uplift the SACA camp, in which the performing learners in maths, physics, and accounting were provided. And then the IBP lessons, that's in which case lessons are live streamed and provided to the learners. And there's also direct support that's cited in the subjects that indicated. Before we go to the next slide, I want to emphasize right from the word go that the specific support now for languages, home languages in particular, and we cite in this case Sesotho in the Free State province. Then the next slide speaks to special support in the Free State. There are 4 special schools, and the SASL teachers have been trained. We again want to call the attention of the honorable members that support, although this is supposed to speak to learner support, we want to mention that the understanding is once the teacher is not well trained, well supported as well, there's no way they can, their support can be efficient. So there are, those targeted, support sessions for the teachers, as in the SASL teacher training, in this case on methodology, content, and question paper setting, and then the direct learner support for learners to enhance, their learning in the subject. And then the teacher interventions, in the Free State, again, quite a myriad of activities that took place. And then more than anything, we also want to call the honorable members' attention to, the cohort that was reached in this case, which I think is commendable. We had more than, say, about 78%, in the one session, the March session, and the 100% in the June session. Those, at least, were of the targeted audience in that case, not for all the teachers. And then support for the GP. The Gauteng province has this SIP program, which is the largest intervention program in the province. And then it's divided into school-based and district-based programs. This provides digital content in the form of ebooks, and then the study guides and examination enhancements, that learners are subjected to. Then whatever subject content is made available in the form of the PDF, which then means learners can access those consistently or at any given moment that they wish to. This is an example of the support that was provided for mathematics, and support that was provided below that for English, which is the lot in most of the schools there. There were notes on summary writing, visual literacy, essay, and transactional writing to strengthen this cohort in Gauteng province. And for these special schools, learners were given a chance, for simulated examination experiences, and then were examinations, also rather workshops on examination regulations, just to prepare learners to deal with the examination setting. And then, there were issues also of dealing with learners' well-being, like, for instance, taking them through how to calm down, the breathing exercises, etc. It's just for them to calm down before they take their exams. Then the class assistants were on standby, to support learners when they take their rest break. And then the interventions, in this case, those are the types that we have there. The just-in-time content training, which is, a continuous support as well, that seeks then to, in the early stages, to mediate the diagnostic reports, as well as to close content gaps on challenging topics. Again, the issue of the take or uptake in the program is provided there, and we have at least more than 50% of attendance in this case. In KZN, again, the extra classes, and then they did something quite different here, the quarterly common tests for schools that performed below 75. And then they also have the revision materials, the step ahead learner support materials over and above the vacation classes. So these are, the examples of what KZN is doing. And the next slide, we're looking at support they provide for life sciences and isiZulu in this case, we again want to indicate the importance of the home language in this case and why we need to focus on that. Remember that the home language is crucial for learner progression and learner attainment. And then support for special schools, textbooks were developed in Braille and are provided to schools, for learners with visual impairment. And then a range of assistive devices, were made available. And there was also support for schools offering SASL, South African Home Language. Well, next is, support for teachers. Again, assessment training and content methodology. And I'll also again want to call the honorable members' attention to attendance, that at least 57.7% in the first session for accounting, and 100% of the target audience for isiZulu, as it was planned for them. And then in Limpopo, just like is the case with KZN, they have the extended contact time through morning and afternoon lessons, and we have already referred to autumn and winter school. And then what's important in this case is differentiation. There are camps for learners at risk and those for learners who are high flyers. So that distinction, where there's differentiation, where learners are supported according to their capability, is bound to make the support sessions and support measures more effective. And these are examples of the content that was covered for the two subjects that are cited there. And the next is the support for special schools, and the 11 schools in the province were also provided with materials in gateway subjects. And then learners are being subjected to external assessments in all terms. It means these are not these learners at special schools are not left to their own devices. They're receiving dedicated support as well from Inclusive Education Directorate. Then the teacher interventions, they have content workshops, assessment training, and again, I would like to call the attention of the honorable members, onto the attendance and of course the cohort that was reached, meant for the target audience. Okay, then the support in Mpumalanga, radio lessons, online presentation of extra lessons via WhatsApp and audio, WhatsApp audio and video clips. Those are some of the common learner interventions that were provided, including assessment support, including exemplar papers. Then in the next slide, we provide a sample of content that was covered for agricultural sciences as well as for history. Then for special schools, the 18 special schools in the province, with only one of them offering grade 12 so far. Then specialists do visit the school, and then there's ongoing training on accredited SASL programs that's provided for teachers, for deaf assistants, and curriculum implementers. And that's on the next slide, Ms. Mahade. Then procurement of prescribed SASL material is in progress, is in progress, yes. And then schools will be provided according to their requests. So it tells again, all the efforts that are, made by the provinces to ensure that, schools, special schools receive the necessary attention and the necessary support. And then the next slide. Okay, we seem to have lost, the flighting of the slides. Mr. Mahara, if Mr. Mahada? I'm sorry, Chair, it looks like we have lost Mr. Mahada. Okay, thank Ma'am Carlson. So you're going to screen for us, rather to upload the screen for us. That's intervention for Mpumalanga. That's where we are. If you could just go down a bit, go back a bit. Slide 31. Slide 31. Oops, started slide 31 or slide 32. Great. Right. We had already mentioned this as support, for learners, and then we've just talked to support for special schools in Mpumalanga. If you could go to the next slide, please. The next slide speaks to, excuse me. The next slide speaks to teacher interventions support. And again, we'd like to call members' attention to, attendance in this case, of the targeted audience, which tells that, quite, a number of the targeted audience, at least more than 20% of the targeted audience was reached in this case, like in this case specifically, accounting. Right. And then the next slide will speak to, learner support in the Northwest. Ubem Carlson will just catch up with me, Chair, if you allow me. We're going up to support for Northwest. Right, Northwest has been sharing podcasts on radio lessons and their weekly and monthly informal tests for learners, and they also provide SBA tasks for learners. And then there's also developed material informed by diagnostic reports in various subjects. And again, as you can see, colleagues and honorable members, Setswana, the home language, is also receiving attention, which is something, as we indicated earlier, of a focus area to ensure success on the part of the learners. Then the next slide speaks to teacher interventions and support, and it tabulates the types of support that has been provided, as well as the number of target, or the percentage of the target audience that was reached, which in this case was more than 50%. Something that we can applaud the province for. Then the Northern Cape also provided a number of sessions, and something peculiar here is they also have lock-in sessions and Saturday classes. So your lock-in sessions will be those sessions in which learners are just kept in a camp for a given period, as well as the Saturday classes. So these are some of the interventions or learner support that they're providing, including a provision of learning materials and online lessons. And then at the next slide, we're looking at the type of support that is being provided in geography and mathematical literacy. And then support for for special schools. The province has 2 special schools, and then the teachers at those schools attend all curriculum interventions. And then the question papers and memorandums are set and then converted into Braille. So this again, as we indicated, is that focus support.
Is it me who's lost?
No,
Is
I
it
too
me?
can't hear.
Is it me who's lost?
No, it seems as though we can't hear.
Yeah,
Or is the presenter?
lost. I think it's him.
Yeah, it's the presenter, Chair. It's the
Not
presenter.
Okay.
Resuscitate him.
He's back. He's back. He's back.
I'm back on. I apologize, honorable members.
If Bully is in the building, it might be the weakness of our network, Chair. I must apologize.
I wanted to say, where are you presenting from, Kahle?
Bullies, I suppose, is in the building. I'm in Nelspruit.
Resuscitate him.
I'm back here, honorable member. Thank you very much. Right. Can we go, Mem Carlson, to the Western Cape, please? Then in the Western Cape, we have indicated the telematics booklets in the 12 subjects. That's what they're providing. And then learners in quintiles 1 to 3 schools were provided with calculators. And then there were also tips for success on how to approach different examination papers. That's extra support that was provided to this cohort. And then furthermore, an example of what was done for mathematics and Afrikaans, the support that was provided for mathematics and Afrikaans is provided in the next slide, Mem Carlson. And then teacher intervention on the next slide. We have example of all of those interventions and support that was provided, and the issue of attendance, as I have indicated as well. And then the DBE support, for the grade 12 learners. The DBE provided quite a number of support measures, and amongst others, it was working on the annual teaching plans, which were revised and mediated in all subjects. Then there was reintroduction of the June examinations. Shall I remind honorable members that this is a cohort that had not been exposed to formal standardized assessment. So the reintroduction of the June examinations was intended then, to reintroduce them, to formal and standardized assessment. Then diagnostic reports were crafted, mediated and availed to provinces so that learners can be aware of the problem areas in the specific subjects. And then there've also been a number of study guides that were developed to help address the learning losses and content gaps, from the previous grades. There was more support as well in the next slide, for literature study guides, and these study guides that were developed in 2022 were made available. And furthermore, with the introduction of new poetry and short stories that will be written at the end of the year, there's been study guides as well developed, so that learners can be prepared and ready, for the assessment. Then, of course, the DBE and the strategic partners are making learning accessible through developing online support material. And this, generally called remote and digital learning, continues to offer curriculum and psychosocial support programs throughout various programs and platforms. And these will follow in the next slides. We will then provide just an indicator of the various collaborators as well as the programs that are offered. Those are the collaborators. And in the next slide, we indicate the purpose and the objective and the duration, for the Tsolopele and Woza matrix. The intention, the purpose is to help learners with a catch-up on curriculum learning and to enable care and support, amongst others. And then the objectives to support learners and teachers, with supplementary learning and teaching support resources. the duration thereof, this commences on June 2023 and runs 3 weeks into the winter school duration. So in other words, it's in a way a continuous online support project, for learners, and that's consistently keeping them, focused on their work. Now the scope is cited there and includes those subjects like English First Additional, Maths, Natural Sciences, and Life Sciences, and then the target groups and platforms. Are your teachers and learners and parents in the broader community. And then, of course, this is marketed through distribution of broadcast schedules via the DBE provinces, districts, and schools. And then the Tolopele was a matrix. The still 50 episodes that will be uploaded per month, or that's been happening, 50 episodes every month. And then these are, also made available through podcast programs like Spotify, just so that learners can have access to that consistently. Then social media campaign, those are your famous social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and WhatsApp. And then the intention is to have learners accessing support on the platforms that they readily are exposed to, that they readily feel comfortable with. And then the next slide indicates the RDL partners, and as members will see, there's quite a number of partners we have there. That's on the next slide. Right. And now, on the theory of change, the importance here, the focus, regarding this slide is the importance of measuring performance. We're looking at, measuring the impact of whatever support program that we're providing. So, this includes looking at the program implementation data, and then platform analytics, as well as implementation of monitoring data. The reason behind this, as we've indicated, is to ensure that whatever it is that we put into the system reaches what it's intended to reach, because we can't just keep providing support or any form of so-called intervention if we can't measure its impact. Then the next slide, we're looking at the remote and digital learning campaign platform analytics, and this is what a definition of platform is. On the next slide, Mr. a platform is a digital or non-digital space from which the learning resources can be accessed, and there are multiple platforms. The multiple platforms which enable multiple access points to the learning resources. Now, the only limitation to this is that there are measures to establish the reach. In other words, how many learners, how many teachers, how many clicks, how many members of the community have had access to the program provided. However, the extent of learning, on the resource is not, cannot be established at the moment. In other words, we're not able to reach out in some of these programs, what the impact of that intervention is. However, members will see that there's quite a large uptake, of these programs. Then educational and television as platform. This is a platform that's made available, for learners to reach education via educational television. And the reach in this case, again, will be the number of viewers per program, and the average daily rate will refer in this case to the number of viewers that who access the programs per day, and then the cumulative monthly speaks to how many, the total uptake throughout the month of the solar PLA and Wazimetric TV broadcast programs in this case. Again, the disclaimer there that what we can only establish in this case is the amount of time spent watching the show, as well as the amount of learning. However, the impact cannot be established because we're not able to assess the learners. This is the uptake, as we indicated. From January, we started off with a high uptake of 1.5 million, more than 1.5 million. And I think the only drop was in March, where it was just slightly above 1 million. But consistently, although we haven't actually gone up to the level of January, at least consistently from April up to the Winter School program when the study was done, at least we were having more than 1,200,000 of uptake in this instance. And then YouTube as a digital platform, these also, just like is the case with the previous platform, as we indicated, the views as in the number of learners who have viewed the programs, and the subscribers as in those total number of subscriptions to the YouTube channel. And then again, the disclaimer that all that can be indicated is that learners were able to, but now we're not able to demonstrate the amount of time spent, nor the amount of learning, as well as the impact on learning outcomes. In other words, we know that in June, for instance, July, there were about 1.2 million, of learners who accessed, who used the platforms. However, we cannot really say that they learned from that and what the impact of learning was. We do, however, with other platforms, cite that, and that will be shared in the next slides. And this is, the uptake as of January. We can see that the highest uptake, the highest views, in this case, were in May, with 32,500, learners and teachers using watching the YouTube channels. And then what we need to work on is subscription. As in this case, as one can see, the issue of subscription is a bit challenging consistently. And then this is, again, the uptake on, Wazimetrics on YouTube. Again, the highest uptake in this case of the views in May at 54,000, and this drop, during the Winter School program, to 6,300. One could perhaps, credit the system for the quality of Winter School program that is provided. That is, I guess, the only thing that could contribute to this large drop in learner access to this YouTube program, because learners are then for 3 weeks in Winter School programs. Right. And then mobile apps and mobile WhatsApp. These are digital mobile platforms that enable real-time messaging. In other words, the learner and the online tutor are interacting, they engaging in real time. So this is one app, one platform that is within the learner's accessibility. as well as preferential area. But what's important more than anything is the interaction being real time. Then this is the uptake as indicated, as again one can see, there's that drop again during the winter school time, which tells that the winter school program is really, paying dividends. And that's what the WhatsApp line is from January to winter school program of 2023. And then again, in this slide, that'll be the next slide, we also provide, again, the collaborators, our partners in this case, who have been supporting us consistently in this case. Right, and then there's Matric Live, and in this case, we're looking at the most visited topics per province, and without any waste of time, members can see there that those are the preferred topics per province, and those that were often visited. Now, we can say with Matric Live, the mobile app, there's a bit of a variation here. We don't have that disclaimer as there was with the previous apps and the previous platforms, because in this case, there were questions taken, there were exams taken, and then we can tell the average percentage for the exams. Remember, we said this is real time, so learners were able to sort of take themselves through those forms of assessment, and at least that there's more than 50% performance of learners testing themselves tells that these interactions at least are bearing fruits. And next is a sample of the PDF study materials that we have made available. The DBE has made these available in PDF form, as well as on the DBE website. And these includes study guides for home languages as well, which include SASL. And then the next slide speaks to the Matric study guides that we made available. That'll be the next slide, Carolson. That's the number of study guides that were developed. That's 42 in all, for the 13 subjects. And it's important to mention that there were additional study guides provided for the languages as well, on creative writing, and for all languages in this case. Right, and then also important on the next slide is the focus of the DBE and PEDs, provincial education departments, on subjects with low enrollment. These are your smaller subjects. But now we have not left this out, and there were 24 study guides developed in those 9 subjects as indicated. As we said it, these are our smaller subjects. Now, the distribution of study guides, all new study guides were digitally distributed to the DBE and partners, and then they posted on the website, and they also are distributed via the WOZA Matric website. And then as to support from the DBE, there's also the issue of digital textbooks and resources that are made available, for learners. And these are either made available offline, via C3 content service, or online via distribution of content through national and provincial, portals or websites in this case. And underneath is a list of those addresses or websites where all of these support materials are made available. And then for ICT equipment and connectivity, on the next slide, there's provision of devices and hardware and connectivity to grade 12 learners. And then virtual classrooms in 18 schools have been established through DBE, ICASA, and all of those for learners, and these were connected through use of SIM cards. And then there have been tablets and laptops preloaded with content and connectivity in Gauteng Province, Mpumalanga Northwest, Western Cape, Northern Cape, and Limpopo. Then Free State made available 2 tetrabytes hard drives, to 326 schools in the province. Then internet connectivity. This is, of course, something that's going to be continuous, and we are in phase 2 now, in which 18,036 public schools will be connected within the next 3 years, and we're looking at least at a minimum speed of 10 megabytes per second. And then Telkom is in the process of also providing connectivity to 1,200 public schools. Then LTM support by the DBE. We're looking here at the government generated textbooks. These are commonly called Siyavula textbooks. The Siyavula textbooks, your maths and science exercises, or contain your maths and science exercises, that are made available to learners. And if members can have a look at, the number of texts that have been made available, and the utilization thereof, at least it will tell that we are really reaching out to quite a number of learners in this case, in providing support. The next is Mind the Gap, and then we provide in there the number of clicks. In other words, how often these texts have been used, since they've been uploaded. At least we can measure the extent to which these texts or these support materials are accessed. And then monitoring the effectiveness and quality, of support. This speaks to the vacation classes, as we said it, which are very common throughout all the provinces. Here we're providing feedback on what we found out in the 131 schools that we visited in autumn, as well as the 208 schools that we visited in winter. We need to mention that the monitoring and support of these vacation classes were conducted face-to-face, and the intention was to mainly look at what is happening, what's the impact of the support, and what material they're using, etc. And then we found mainly, for both autumn and winter, the revision of the preceding, term, work of the, in the preceding term, was revised. That was with the common approach. And then looking at the autumn support classes, we had the walk-in and the residential camps, and the walk-in camps are your daily, centers that are mainly run by schools, and this will be the centers in which learners attend in the morning, and by about 2-3 o'clock, then they finish off. But the walk-in centers are those centers or camps in which learners are kept overnight over a given period. Now, during autumn, we only found, of the provinces we visited, of course, only 19.8 residential camps. Otherwise, the rest, the majority, were walk-in centers, as indicated, 80% thereof. Then the purpose of the classes, as we indicated, mainly the revision of Term 1 topics, followed by the catch-up on outstanding topics. Then the criteria for selection of teachers, seeing that the majority of these camps, were walk-in, it would be expected that it would be grade 12 teachers from the own schools. However, for those that were residential, on the whole, teachers, the selection of teachers was based on their performance in their own schools, or those that were recommended by the district. And the description of learners, the majority at this stage being the walk-in centers. These were mainly learners from the identified schools. In other words, schools running their own centers, and thus taking all their learners, to attend classes. And of course, there would be quite a number of those as well, like learners at risk of failing and progress learners. In some instances, in some provinces, those would be in residential areas or in clusters, in which case there would be focused attention. And take note also that there were, even at a limited stage, those camps that were catering for top performers. The duration refers to the number of days, that the autumn classes lasted, and we can say that they varied from 3 to 10 days, depending on where you are. And then the total number of hours as well, varying from 2 hours per day to 9 hours. I'm sure members will notice that those that go up to 9 hours will be those that are residential. It becomes 9 hours because that includes the study time as well. And then the attendance on the day of the visits at all of the centers that we've been to, at least we can probably report that at the majority of the centers, we found attendance to be between 90 and 100, which tells that at least learners were taking this camp seriously. Then teaching and learning resources, quite a number of resources were utilized, although we have noticed dependence still on the past question papers. However, there were also study guides from provinces, from the DBE, as well as notes as well that were provided by the second in some instances. And then the subjects offered, most of the high enrollment subjects were offered, of course, but we need to make sure that that members are aware that, as I intimated earlier, that there is now, albeit at a small scale still, but there is that focused attention on smaller subjects, because you can see in this case, albeit a small percentage, that there was provision for, amongst others, civil technology, consumer studies. There was something on, music, religion studies, the technical sciences. So even the smaller subjects are now beginning to feature in these programs. Then the winter school program was slightly different from, it was slightly different from the autumn classes, and then I'll explain. Most of the centers during the winter school program, were residential, and but what's important about the purpose is, again, as we indicated earlier, revision was top of the list, followed by curriculum coverage, and then catch up on outstanding topics. And then there were those as well that were specifically meant for underperforming learners, as well as top performing learners. But the bulk was mainly for revision. The selection of teachers, contrary to the autumn, in this case, because they were residential, we had mainly teachers from top performing schools selected. We did, however, find, particularly in those cases where schools were running their own programs, schools utilizing their own teachers. And of course, where there was a dire need or a clash of interest where teachers were not available, then teachers falling in the other categories were taken. And then the description of learners at the centers varied from grade 12 learners at the cluster to learners at the school, as well as variation of progress learners. In some instances, that's where the district's focused. Progress learners, learners at risk, and so on and so forth. But most of the centers looked at learners at identified schools, or in cases where learners, the schools were running their own centers, then it would be all the learners in their school. And the duration of classes, the majority of these centers ran for 10 days, with most contact time comprising 6 hours. And the 9.6 centers ran between 4 to 5 days. Okay. Then the actual attendance, again, as we indicated, the majority of centers monitored showed a very satisfactory attendance, with the 80 attendance at 80, between 80 and 100, being the topmost in this case. And then on the next slide, we're looking at monitoring and support. We can report that the districts, as well as the provinces, are really providing monitoring, and we're finding this quite helpful to see that everybody else is taking this seriously. The same can be said about the principals and SMT members of the learners attending, winter classes. They do visit the host schools. The teaching and learning resources, in the same manner as it was the case with the autumn classes, we had a myriad of those activities, with mainly provinces and districts providing notes that were utilized, and then of course schools going on to utilize the study guides provided by the DBE, as well as the provinces. And then something good also that has come out of support of this cohort is that languages are now beginning to feature into these programs. Initially, languages didn't feature at all, throughout this intervention programs. But in the majority of the centers that we visited, we found languages offered, with English FAO at 45%, followed by home language, and then Afrikaans, and then the African languages, as well as those that we've indicated. We did mention, though, although we don't have the data here for SASL, that in some provinces, they did also cater for the SASL. The non-language subjects, of course, these would be your high enrollment subjects. The high enrollment subjects, were actually predominant in most programs. And of course, as we've indicated, there's just as much focus of late on your smaller subjects, as I've indicated earlier. And then this provides, on the next slide, excuse me. On the next slide, we provide, a short list of those subjects, the non-language subjects that we catered for. And as I indicated, it's really heartening to see that your smaller enrollment subjects are coming up, including your technology subjects. The selection of topics, these were mainly your common challenging topics, and these were drawn from the diagnostic.
Can you move towards wrapping up quickly, please, so that Dr. Pulia can just do his
almost there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, DJ. I'm almost there. Right, and then the selection of topics, as we indicated, mainly based on that. We found, on the whole, the majority of the centers were green. They were fully functional and effective, which tells that on the whole, we got good returns for our investment. And then this is the perspective of the learner on the impact of the support classes. And then the learners confirmed that there was revision, with only 63% indicating that they were taught new topics. And then the homework activities at these intervention programs are also notably given to learners, and these were also assessed, which is something that is heartening to see that learners are not just taken and not supported or assessed. And then the revision of past papers was actually the main source of support material used. And then learning and teaching support material, I think, as we indicated, there were notes prepared for teachers in some instances by the province or the district, and these were based on the common challenging topics as well as drawn from the previous question papers. And then guidance on answering difficult questions, learners indicated this was provided. And then the issue of pre-test and post-test were also confirmed as having been provided in most of the centers. The learner perception of the winter classes that this was very helpful. And the issue of career choice application for tertiary and financial assistance, we found that 91% of learners have made a decision on specific career they want to follow. However, only 68.4% of learners have applied for admission at tertiary institutions, with the majority of learners, 72.5%, not applying for financial assistance. So it means these are the areas that we need to strengthen so that learners do what is right. And then the next slide is just a summary of the output, as I've just indicated, of the learners' inputs on the matter. And best practices, we'll just touch on one or two. We found the recruitment of best teachers in different subjects as something useful. And then the use of integration of ICT lessons, in lessons, that was very helpful as well. And then subject registers are used to track learner attendance throughout the day. And then the importance of forging partnerships, that'll be the next slide. The importance of forging partnerships with former students was also, lauded as one of the useful intervention strategies, where your former learners are brought in to support learners and to motivate them. And then there were individualized and differentiated support classes, as indicated in this case, camps or support classes for pure performing learners, or in subject clusters, or for top performing learners. Now, the next steps, of course, that'll be the last push support plans, which speaks then to what's planned, by all provinces. All provinces will be providing spring classes for 11 days in October, and then this will be revision classes based on the analysis of preparatory examinations, and the examination support will include dedicated teaching per paper, and learner support will continue up until the day before the examination is written. Chair, that brings to an end our presentation on our learner readiness. I will then pause and give way for Dr. Polia to continue with readiness for the examination system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Munyaki, and let me start by greeting the Honourable Chairperson, the Honourable Minister of Basic Education, the Honourable Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, greetings to senior officials from Umalusi as well as the DBE. Good morning. We are acutely aware, Honourable Chairperson, that as much as preparing learners for this all-important examination is our primary responsibility, all of that which has been discussed and described in detail, and that which has transpired over 13 years of teaching and learning, will be nullified and brought to naught if our examination system is not of the highest level in terms of delivery of a credible and an integrous examination. And therefore, we see both these parts as two sides of the same coin. And examination integrity is uppermost in our minds during the entire period that we prepare learners for this all-important examination. We are proud to announce that the examination and assessment system has evolved over the years to a significant level of maturity, but we also are aware that there are gaps which we are dealing with. We managed 2 equal examination opportunities, one in May, June, and the other in October, November. Also, just to bring to the attention of the honorable members that at any one time, both the province and the DBE are managing 3 exams. It's the past exam and the mopping up. It's the current exam, which certainly takes up most of the time. And it's the next exam, because an examination cycle extends over an 18-month period. On the next slide, Honorable Chair, we present very quickly the model for effective exam administration. And this model has been the bedrock of all that we do. And it centers around 5 critical pillars. Firstly, we set the standard, and we set the standard in terms of each component of the examination cycle. Those standards then get mediated with all functionaries in the system. And as DBE, we then support, but we've come to realize that besides supporting provincial education departments, we need to also coordinate this very large and diverse system so that we all operate in chorus as one unified system. And once those 3 preliminary steps are in place, we then go and monitor and evaluate. And out of that monitoring and evaluation, we provide feedback, and that contributes to continuous improvement. While doing all of this, Honorable Chair, we are also looking at enhancing and modernizing our exam system, and we are trying to keep abreast with what is happening on the international stage in terms of large-scale examinations and assessment. So it's about maintaining good practices, which is the golden thread that runs through. And I must also indicate, Honorable Chairperson, that the verification conducted by Umalusi on an ongoing basis certainly brings a high level of confidence and also helps to correct and remediate immediately whatever needs to be done. On the next slide, we look at the examination cycle. This has been presented to members of the Portfolio Committee, but just to give a sense of where the process begins, it begins with the setting of question papers and ends with every learner finally receiving in his or her hand a certificate which then attests to the 13 years of teaching and learning. On the next few slides, Honorable Chair, I'm going to very quickly provide the members of the Portfolio Committee with the size and scope of the 2023 national examination. It's always interesting and important for us to use our enrollment data as a critical indicator of the direction in which we are moving as a system. And if you look at our numbers from 2018, over the last 6 years, there's been almost 100,000 increase in learners that are entering for the exam. From 2022 to 2023, we are seeing a slight drop, but I want to hasten to just inform members of the Portfolio Committee that the 723,971 is still preliminary. We're still mopping up, and we believe that this number will increase and we will get close to the 750,000. On the next slide, we provide a graphical representation of these numbers over the years, and one can see at a glance the growth in terms of learners finally getting to grade 12. And this is certainly a positive indicator of excess and throughput rate of this very large system that we are managing. On the next slide, we provide the part-time enrollment. And part-time enrollment, these are learners that would not have satisfied all the requirements in their first or second sitting of the examination. And again, I need to say that the 129,064 candidates is not the final figure. Because these are part-time candidates were allowed to register. Those that wrote the May-June exam were allowed to register for the November exam. The closing date was the end of August. So we're still capturing and registering those learners. And I'm also confident that our part-time numbers will reach the 160,000 mark. On the next slide, we provide a breakdown per province in terms of the full-time enrollment. And one sees that KwaZulu-Natal certainly has the largest enrollment of 170,000, followed by Gauteng with 133,000, and our smallest province, Northern Cape, with 13,000 learners. But it's interesting that Northern Cape, which is our smallest province, is equivalent to the size of the entire independent sector and the two independent exam boards combined. On the next slide, we provide a sense of a graphical representation of the provincial breakdown. And this shows that our green lines, which is the last 2-3 years, are the higher figures compared to previous years. And this is the trend across all provinces. On the next slide, we provide a breakdown of the part-time enrollment per province. And we are seeing a drop here simply because these are not the final figures. For example, Limpopo has registered another 20,000 from our last take. These are figures as at the end of August, and we will finalize our registration figures by the end of September, and we will certainly make that available to the portfolio committee. On the next slide, we look at the progress learners. And progress learners are those learners that may not have satisfied all the requirements in grade 11, but because they cannot spend more than 4 years in a phase, are moved to the next grade. And here we're seeing an increase from 52,000 to 53,000 with drops in at least 5 of our provinces, and in the remaining 4 provinces, an increase in the number of progress learners. On the next slide, Honorable Chairperson, we present the subject enrollment. And because the overall numbers in terms of our full-time figures, and in the subject enrollment, we're only presenting full-time figures, and this does not include our part-time. We are seeing a drop. Move to the subject enrollment slide, which is the next slide. We're seeing a drop in the case of geography of 21,000, and that certainly warrants greater investigation. Obviously, we expect a drop, but when there is such a big drop in one subject, that certainly needs to be looked at more closely. And on the next slide, we graphically represent the enrollment figures in the key subjects comparing 2022 and 2023. On the next slide, we look at technical subjects enrollment, and this is in keeping with one of the key priorities of the basic education system, is to promote our technology subjects. We are certainly not seeing the kind of growth that we would want to see, and we certainly need to double our efforts in this regard. We're seeing slight increases in some of our technology specializations, but not across the board. Obviously, our concern is the slight drops we're seeing in construction, in woodworking, electronics, as well as engineering, graphics, and design. On the next slide, we look at throughput from grade 10 into grade 11 and grade 12. We've been constantly criticized by the fact that we may have a very high percentage pass, but our throughput may not be telling the same story. And therefore, we monitor throughput. And in this slide, we're merely looking at throughput from grade 10 into grade 11 into grade 12. But we do this across the entire system. And if you look at this slide, what is important about this slide is that in 2021, we had 974,000 grade 10 learners. In grade 11, in 2022, we had 833,000. So 85% of our learners moved from grade 10 into grade 11, which is a positive indicator of progression and promotion from grade 10 into grade 11. If one looks at movement from grade 11 into grade 12, 74.3% nationally. Obviously, we're concerned about some of our provinces that are at 60% and below 60%, while the national average is at 74% in terms of movement from grade 11 into grade 12. On the next slide, we graphically represent this so that one gets a clearer picture per province in terms of numbers in grade 10, grade 11, and grade 12. So much, Honorable Chairperson, in terms of the scope and size of this examination, and very important indicators of how we are doing as a system using the grade 12 as this important mirror. Now I'm going to move quite quickly, Honorable Chairperson, I understand we've taken up a lot of the time already, is to look at the preparation for the conduct of this exam. Uppermost in our minds, Honorable Chairperson, is making sure there is no serious examination irregularity, and particularly leakage of question papers, group copying is a priority. This year, what we've done is we've come up with 11 non-negotiables. In other words, we want every province to comply with these 11 as the basis. And I'm not going to go through each one of them, but most important is full security compliance at printing site. Printing site is where we had a leakage of question paper in 2020, and that has not happened post-2020. That matter is still in court, and we're hoping that the culprit will really serve his time for this despicable crime. 100% compliance on all storage points. Wherever question papers are stored, we take no chances in terms of compliance to criteria that we've agreed upon. We've also changed our invigilator training modality. We're no more going the route of a cascade model, because with cascading, the message somehow gets diluted. And now what we have is a core team, and that core team will train every invigilator that would be involved. In fact, incidentally, we utilize almost 80,000 invigilators in this exam. And we are also asking our provinces to make sure that we have a 70% monitoring coverage. As much as we do what we need to do in our preparation for the exam, monitoring when the actual exam gets administered, when the actual marking takes place, is the most important. And I'm glad to report, Honorable Chairperson, that some of our provinces are even targeting 100% monitoring. And I'm not going to go through the rest, but this gives you a sense of what our focus is in terms of this particular examination. Now, looking at the status of the examination in terms of each of the key components, moving on to the next slide, and we start with question papers, and I can report, Honorable Chairperson, that all our question papers have been set, moderated, approved by Umalusi, a total of 162 of them, and they are currently, and we release question papers in consignment so that we reduce the risk at provincial level, and printing is taking place across 9 of our provincial departments. Each province has its own printing plan. That printing plan gets approved by the DBE before we hand over question papers. And we only hand over question papers after we've conducted an audit of the printing side. We are absolutely certain that all officials involved in printing are vetted and that nothing will go wrong in terms of the printing of these question papers. Papers are also brailled. We have audio versions of question paper, adapted question papers for the deaf, and large print for candidates who have problems in terms of sight. In terms of the next slide, we talk about the printing, packing, storage, distribution. And this is the important value chain from Pretoria right down to the school and the classroom where the examination is written. I'm proud to report, Honorable Chairperson, that the State Security Agency has been brought on board this year, and they have conducted an audit of 7 of the 9 printing sites. They have picked up minor issues which are being dealt with, and Northwest and Free State, which are the 2 remaining printing sites, will be audited before the end of September. This gives us also a sense of confidence that the State Security Agency has looked at these centers and picked up whatever may not be in compliance with the high security levels that we want implemented. In the case of the Western Cape, because question papers are stored at schools, each school is regarded as a storage point, and the Western Cape also has the smart locking system, which is electronically managed, and that prevents a question paper package being opened before the required time. So that is an added measure they've put in simply because of their storage at school. Moving on to the next slide, where I very quickly cover what is it that we're doing in terms of South African Sign Language. This year, 134 candidates will be writing the South African Sign Language home language exam, conducted in 23 schools across all 9 provinces. These question papers require special care, special technology, in the sense that these question papers are signed, video recorded, made available to every learner. So every learner has access to his own video recorded signing of the question paper. And the learner's responses, which are signed, are also recorded. And that gets marked centrally by the DBE. And we've been doing extremely well in terms of complying with the required standards. Moving on to the writing of the examination on the next slide, our examinations will be conducted across 6,337 public schools, 552 independent schools. The 554 independent centers are independent schools that write our exam, and they are more or less the same as what would be written by both Sakai as well as the IEB. On the next slide, we talk about the training of invigilators, and I think I've covered that, so we can skip that slide in terms of the training of invigilators in the interest of time. With regard to concessions and accommodation, very important in terms of how do we accommodate learners with special needs. Besides the brailing, the large print, the audio versioning, which I spoke about, we also look at other barriers to learning. And as a result, learners are either provided extra time, scribes and readers, rest breaks, and prompters. A concession is where a learner with special needs is then, based on application, provided with a deviation from policy, which is all within the prescripts of what current regulations allow. And we now have tariffs that have been approved for scribes and readers, and scribes and readers must come from a pool of approved scribes and readers so that there is no room for any kind of irregularity in that particular area. Looking at the writing of the examination, Honorable Chair, we are glad to note that together with the provinces, we audit all our exam centers. Independent centers are audited the year before, but public centers, we do an audit, and DBE conducts a verification of a sample of these sites where exams are written. All sites are then categorized in terms of high risk, medium risk, and low risk. And based on the risk profile of these centers, we then determine the monitoring. Our high-risk centers where there have been irregularities in previous years, we will then station a resident monitor, somebody who's there from the commencement of the exam to the conclusion to make sure nothing goes wrong. Then moving on to the all-important process of marking. Marking is always regarded as the point at which the assessment takes place, the final judgment. And in terms of marking, most important is to make sure that we appoint the right markers. The PAN document articulates the criteria as listed under bullet A, and every application for marker position gets verified by the school principal at school, at district level by your subject advisors, and finally by the province before markers get appointed. And DBE, together with Umalusi, will conduct an audit of selected subjects. We cannot do all of it, to make sure that the right markers are appointed. I must also indicate, Honorable Chair, that 5 of our provinces now have an electronic marker management system, which means from application to payment is now done on an electronic system, which therefore allows for easier and more convenient verification. And obviously, through an electronic system, you can put in additional checks and balances to make sure that no chances get into this very, very important process of marking. On the next slide, we give an indication of the total number of markers, 53,926 markers in total. And this is the breakdown per province, with the largest number of markers, 12,615, coming from Gauteng. With regard to marking centers, on the next slide, we have a total of 190 marking centers, and our DG has already made a commitment that he will be visiting all 190 marking centers during the course of the marking process. How he does this, I really don't know. That is certainly an enigma to me. But I think what we've come to realize, Honorable Chairperson, that creating a comfortable, convenient marking environment is of paramount importance if you want good quality marking. And therefore, together with our provinces, we do an audit of each part and each component of the marking center, from the residences to the catering to the security. Gauteng is the only province that does not have residential markers will be traveling in and out on a daily basis. Moving on to the next process, which is the standardization of marking guidelines, which precedes the marking process. And in the standardization of marking guidelines, we have a total of meetings which are attended, a total of 147 of these meetings. And at these meetings, you have internal moderators, chief markers, together with the Umalusi panel per subject. They then meet and go through the question paper, question by question, to look at questions that may have been ambiguous or may have confused learners, look at the marking guideline, and then we come up with an agreed standardized marking guideline, which is then utilized at each of the marking centers. At these marking standardization meetings over the last few years, we also train markers in terms of how they apply this marking guideline. And we've come up with what we refer to as a tolerance range, that during the training process, no senior marker or no internal moderator or chief marker should go beyond the tolerance range. And if they satisfy the requirements, it's only then that they get authorized, and no unauthorized chief marker or internal moderator is allowed to take over and manage a marking process in the province. Now, the kind of training that we conduct at DBE using live scripts, following a tolerance range approach and authorization. What gets duplicated at each of the marking centers in the process. So if you look at the next slide, we then talk about what are the quality assurance mechanisms. And besides what I've said in terms of the tolerance range, we also deploy moderators to our marking centers. And very important, every group of 5 markers are supervised by a senior marker. And this then allows nothing to go through or to slip through the net that may be an unacceptable response, which is marked correct, or an acceptable response that is marked wrong. And very important is that the moderation takes place by DBE as well as by Umalusi as well. Moving on to the next slide, we then move to mark capture. And I just want to say that in terms of mark capture, there's almost 14 million marks that must be captured over a limited period. And provinces have already identified experienced data capturers. We're now moving to an approach where our capturing venues are located at the marking centers. So as mark scripts flow in, marks get captured so that we meet the Umalusi target dates in terms of standardization. We follow the double capture method, which simply means every mark gets captured twice. So the chances of an error are basically zero. Just to conclude this part, we move on to monitoring, and I indicated that monitoring is of critical importance on the next slide. And at DBE, we've now moved to appointing part-time monitors. But besides that, I think the point that needs to be made is that monitoring is not just about the writing and the marking. Monitoring takes place throughout this 18-month cycle. The regular meetings that we have, our engagements with Umalusi, all of this contributes to monitoring. Currently, we have a team that out in the provinces busy with doing the state of readiness audit of each of the provinces. And on the next slide, we again emphasize the audit of storage points, because this is where question papers are stored. And we conduct different types of audit. We conduct an audit of our registration data to make sure that the registration data is correct. We do an audit of high-risk examination centers, marker appointment, which I already alluded to. On the next slide, we talk about the monitoring of the marking and the writing, and I think we can skip that in the interest of time. We can then now move to the management of irregularities. And I think, as I mentioned in my opening comments, this is what occupies all our time. And it's really extremely disheartening when one does all of this and then you have a leakage of question paper. But in the last 2 years, we did not have a leakage of question papers. And we are confident that in 2023 as well, there will be no leakage of question papers. Unfortunately, in 2021 and 2022, we found that some of our principals and our invigilators are the ones that have let us down in terms of betraying the trust we have in them in having to conduct an examination at the school. And we are dealing with that matter, particularly in the case of principals, where they opened up some of the security bags while moving the question paper from the distribution point to their schools. And last year, in terms of what transpired in Mpumalanga, we found that when the question paper gets opened in the exam room, some of our principals and teachers were instrumental in sharing that with subject specialists that then prepared responses and then shared that with some of the learners. And that again contributed to what we had in Mpumalanga, and that matter is also being dealt with. In terms of curbing our irregularities, which is the next slide, we are embarking on a massive advocacy campaign, and our chief communicator is certainly playing an important part in terms of the advocacy. And we also get every parent and every learner to sign a commitment agreement that they will not violate the conditions, the regulations, the policies of an examination, and also make it very clear that if there's any indication that they have been implicated, they must surrender the cell phone. And obviously, if they have any information, they must make this information available to school principals. We run a 24/7 hotline, and we do receive valuable information on this hotline in terms of assisting us with finding out where irregularities may be occurring, and whatever else, whatever other information is necessary. We will still have the pledge signing ceremony. And this year, we want to get not just our learners to sign a pledge, but we want our educators to sign a pledge, committing that they would not in any way be complicit in any kind of examination irregularity. On the next slide, we move to the generic risk. And these generic risks are risks that we review on a quarterly basis. And obviously, question paper leakage is top priority. And we're tightening up all the security loopholes in this regard. And I think the audit by the SSA certainly is going to assist. The close monitoring by our provinces at all levels is also going to assist. Group copying, again, advocacy, and also making our learners aware of what the consequences are if they are found group copying. And I must say, Honorable Chair, that we have a very good mechanism of picking up any elements of group copying during our marking. The management of independent schools, where we tend to find some of the irregularities, and those independent schools are managed very closely. Registration of candidates, I think I spoke about that. And on the next slide, we talk about certification. And that certainly is one of our bugbears at the moment. Together with Umalusi, we are working in terms of investigating some of these fraudulent claims that are being made and are currently being investigated by the police. Obviously, district coordination, district management is very important. On the next few slides, and I'm going to move towards closure, Honorable Chair, we provided a consolidation, a summary of all that I've spoken about, but on a dashboard, and where we have red. Unfortunately, we don't have any reds on this dashboard, which means we have serious concerns, yellow or amber, moderate concerns, and green would be good or complete. And we've taken the key components, and I'm not going to go through each one of them. On the next slide, starting from staff capacity to question papers to writing of exams, moving on to security at storage and nodal points, to registration of candidates, registration of exam centers, marker competency, to marking organization, marking centers, monitoring, quality assurance. And you'll find that we have green and a few ambers. Where we have the amber or the yellow, it simply means that it's work in progress, but those ambers will also certainly turn to green. And in conclusion, on the last table, these are the dates for the release of results. And we will be releasing results on the 19th of January. That's when results will be released to individual candidates. And Minister will make the official announcement on the evening of the 18th. The Umalusi standardization meeting, which is that all-important meeting, will take place on the 5th. And Umalusi approval on the 12th, although that date still needs to be confirmed. And in conclusion, just to say, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, we thank you for your support in running this very critical and central process in this entire education landscape. And we are confident that we are doing our best. But unfortunately, there is one element that we cannot fully guarantee, and that is the human element. We can regulate it as much as we would like to, but one cannot regulate it to the minuscule level that we would love to. So it is recommended that the portfolio committee take note of the intensive learner support program implemented across all PEDs and the readiness of the exam system to administer this all-important examination. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
Thank you, Dr. Polia. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister. We are done. I should have apologized that given the fact that we're still busy with some of the activities that are supporting the class of 2023. The spring classes are coming. The last push is still coming. We took a while to get this presentation consolidated. That's why it came to members in bits and pieces. So I want to profusely apologize for that and take full responsibility. Over to you, Chair. Thank you very much. You can decide whether we go to Umalusi straight and perhaps hand over to the Chair and the CEO, or whatever direction you give, Chair. Over to you.
Oh, this all-important presentation took 2 hours. No, I'm saying our principal has got Dr. Polia now with this all-important use of word. But anyway, let's welcome Prof. Palim. Let us welcome you to this meeting and your team. Let me not waste time because we do not have. Let me hand over to you, and then you will hand over to whoever that must do the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair, and we promise to be brief. First of all, good morning to everyone here, and my sincere apologies that I joined 30 minutes late, and thank you for your indulgence. Let me first start by greeting you as Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. Mayor Mbingo Gigaba, it's always a pleasure for me to greet you, as well as the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I also want to take the opportunity, I think they're both in the meeting, to greet the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Minister Motshekga and Dr. Mahole. Together with the Director General, Mr. Mwele, and the whole team from the Department of Basic Education. My name is Yunus Balam. I'm Chairperson of the Umalusi Council, and I want to first of all apologize on the part of the CEO. We will miss the familiar face and voice of Dr. Rakometsi. He's unfortunately traveling at the moment. I'm joined at this meeting by the acting CEO, Mr. Emmanuel Sibanda, who is also the Executive Manager at Umalusi for Qualifications and Research. Dr. Eva Suji, who is the Executive Manager for Quality Assurance and Monitoring. Mary Louise Madelane, Senior Manager for Quality Assurance of Assessment. And Mary Louise will be doing the presentation today. Mr. Biki Liporta, who looks after public relations and communications as Senior Manager. And then Mr. Andy Tulo, who is Manager for Quality Assurance of Assessment. Chair, we're grateful for this opportunity to brief the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on the levels of readiness of the public and private assessment bodies to manage and conduct the 2023 end-of-year national examinations in respect of the National Senior Certificate. This year, Chair, the meeting takes place a little earlier than we are used to. And as the DG has indicated, our report is provisional in that it is based on the information that we've gathered up to the 31st of August this year. The National Senior Certificate is, as you're aware, assessed by 3 assessment bodies: the Department of Basic Education, the IEB, the Independent Examinations Board, and the South African Comprehensive Assessment Institute, SAKAI, the latter two, of course, being private assessment bodies. The DBE manages, will sort of field around 855,000 candidates, and these will be spread over around 6,000 examination centers. This is a very, very large project. The IEB, for its turn, will administer examination to around 15,000 candidates at 420 examination centers. SAKAI will present 5,500 candidates who will sit in the examinations at 78 centers. Chair, that's a broad sketch of the size of the project we're dealing with. And I would now like to hand over to Mayor Mary-Louise Madulane to take us through the report. I thank you very much. Mary-Louise, I expect you're ready. There you are.
Yes, I am. Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the Honorable Portfolio Committee Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, the DG, colleagues from the DBE, as well as colleagues from Umalusi. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm not sure if my presentation is visible on your side.
Not yet, Mary-Louise.
Is it not?
No, you haven't shared your screen.
I tried to. Okay, let me see. That's the sharing of the screen here. Is it now visible?
Indeed, it is. If you go to full slideshow, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be presenting on behalf of Umalusi on the state of readiness of the assessment bodies to conduct, administer, and manage the November 2023 National Senior Certificate Examination and Assessment. And as the Chair has already alluded to, our report is us at 31st August 2023. We are equally still busy with the finalization of our audit of the state of readiness, and our full report will be shared with the public during our media briefing later in October. And here is the background, here is how I'm going to be presenting. I have this following structure here. We'll talk to the background, Umalusi mandate, framework for quality assurance of assessment, the state of readiness approach, and the main presentation is actually number 5, where we give the findings on the state of readiness for the different PDs as well as IEB and SAKAI, and we'll then have our conclusion. Now, in the background, actually, we indicate why Umalusi is conducting this. We conduct the audit of state of readiness to gauge the level of preparedness of the assessment bodies to conduct the examinations. And this is not not an event, but it's a process. We'll do this throughout the year, looking at different processes, which will culminate in the final report that we'll be presenting at the end of our process. And we look at the management plans of the assessment bodies. They do tell us what are they planning to do when in the year, and we then get reports from them. In other cases, we engage in those activities together with them so that we have a clear indication of actually if they are preparing themselves for these examinations and if they are prepared for them. Now, we are mandated by pieces of legislation on what we are doing. The National Qualification Framework, NQF Act number 67 of 2008, mandates Umalusi to do the following as an indicator there, that we need to develop and implement a policy for quality assurance. We need to ensure the integrity and credibility of quality assurance, and we need to ensure that such quality assurance is necessary for the SAP framework it's undertaken. Then Section 17A of the Gen Factor Act 58 of 2001 is amended also gives us instructions on what to do. The council must perform external moderation of assessment of all assessment bodies. The council may adjust raw marks during standardization process. The council must, with concurrence of the Director General and after consultation with the relevant assessment body or education institutions, approve the publication of the results if the council is satisfied that the assessment body or education institution have done the following. They have conducted the assessment free from any irregularities that may jeopardize the integrity of the assessment or its outcomes. They've complied with requirements prescribed by the council for conducting assessments, and they've applied the standards prescribed by the council with which a learner is required to comply with in order to obtain a certificate, and they've also complied with every other condition determined by council. And in the audit of the state of readiness, we're trying to find out if the assessment bodies are really adhering to this so that we can confidently pronounce on the state of the different assessment bodies and how they conducted that examinations. Now, to do that, Umalusi has come up with a framework which is listed there. In other words, all these items that you see on this slide are the items then we do state of readiness. We then have to check if the assessment bodies are complying. They give us an overall what we expect an assessment body to do so that we can then pronounce that their examinations were credible. Now, our process here, we apply as a particular process in trying to find out what the assessment bodies are actually doing. We do a desktop evaluation where the assessment bodies conduct a self-evaluation and submit the reports to Umalusi for a desktop analysis. From that analysis, we then come up with a risk analysis summary to find out, or rather to indicate, what risks have we identified in their report. And with that, we then conduct an evidence-based audit, which will then give us a final indication if the assessment bodies are at risk or they are ready for the exams, and we communicate that to them, expecting them to address those risks prior to the writing of the examinations. Now, with this one, I have a summary. In actual fact, the two slides that I'm going to be speaking to, they really carry the entire presentation that I will have in today. So if there is anything that the committee should listen to carefully, is this part, because it summarizes the entire process, rather the entire presentation. 100% of the November 2023 NSC question papers have been moderated and approved, and they all met the Umalusi approval requirements, hence they are ready to can be administered. The subject structures for 2023 November NSC examinations were finalized and received by Umalusi to implement for resulting. The subject entries are finalized for the full-time candidates, with those of the part-time candidates at an advanced stage of finalization. And the November 2023 NSC examination timetable is already available on the website, for all the interested stakeholders to access. And the candidates' registrations are in the final stage of verification, and preliminary schedules are sent to schools to make final corrections. The uploads are underway after the prelim exams in September 2023 onto the mainframe for accurate candidates' registration data approved. And the national examination was scheduled for live orientation common assessment task on the 4th of September, and question papers were printed, packaged, and stored safely in audited storage facilities before distribution to the points in exam points in September. The marker selection and their appointment are underway in September 2023 in the PEDs. Umalusi will conduct marker audits in September as communicated to all PEDs in August. And the PEDs plan to conduct the September prelim exams. Their plans for that are finalized, and dummy examination admission letters are prepared for use as dry runs during the prelim exams scheduled for September, which aim to confirm the accuracy in the registration of the candidate, the full-time candidates. Now, in this slide that are following, I'm going to be looking at the focus areas that we as Umalusi use to judge the readiness of the assessment bodies. Those are in the first column here. We indicate what is it actually that we were looking for to make these statements that we will see on the different slides. So the first focus area here, we've got management as at 31 August. As I've indicated earlier, that the information presented will be as at 31st August. So for that, now, rather maybe in our process, I didn't mention this earlier on, that we look at what we have found in the previous examination in 2022, and out of that, we have issued directives to the assessment bodies. Then prior to us looking at their standing in 2023, we first look at how did they address the directive that we issued in the previous year, and to make sure that in the findings of this year, we do not see a recurrence of that. However, there are cases where we have experienced the recurrence of those, and that is being alluded in the presentation so that the assessment bodies can take care of it. Now, for this first focus area, management, in 2022, we issued a directive because we have realized that there were challenges with staff in different assessment, rather provincial education departments, and we issued an instruction, rather a directive that needs to be addressed. Now in 2023, our funding towards that, an audit was conducted by the DBE through a survey on all PEDs. To date, PEDs prioritize the filling of key positions, and there is evidence of posts being advertised across PEDs. And this effort is addressing the directive issued in 2022. As observed during the June 2023 NSC examinations, all PEDs were able to deliver a credible examination, even though they may have had such shortages, but they put strategies in place to mitigate that. So we only hope that even this year, in those PEDs where the staff shortage is still there, there will be measures in place to address that issue so that it does not compromise the examinations. We also have a criteria which we call registration of candidates, because it's also important that we make sure that all candidates are registered appropriately so that at the end they can be certified. And the DBE has demonstrated the effectiveness of its examination registration systems during the registration of the June 2023, and Umalusi was satisfied. And so far, we have also looked at their registration for 2023, and the assessment bodies or the PEDs are using different systems. So for the SA SAMs, and in the Western Cape, they've got a different system, which candidates' information was captured, and we are satisfied that all will be well when the exams are going to be written. Furthermore, we've also have overall that the cohort registered to write the November 2023 NSC exams have been captured successfully on the system, and all candidates registered subjects were also entered. It's not only the candidate information, but the subjects that they are writing, because the subjects also determine what kind of a certificate the candidate is going to get. And the DBE or the PEDs have done good work in looking into those, right? Then we go further. This I'm not going to refer to because Dr. Polia has indicated the number of candidates registered for this year. However, I just want to express the fact that for this year, there are no candidates registered for the NSC beyond the borders of South Africa. I think this speaks to registration, and I have covered that already. Right, also registration of exam centers, because candidates have to write examinations elsewhere. And we observed in the June 2023 NSC and NSSCA examinations that the PEDs established designated exam centers, and these were well managed through effective systems the PEDs put in place. And it is expected that the same rigor observed in the management of the designated centers will apply during the November 2023, as much as we have observed that in June. Like I've indicated earlier on that our SOR audit is not an event, it's a process. So we have audited the June and we have seen what has happened, and even now, with the reports that we have received, we found the DBE ready and prepared for these examinations. Registrations of exams. Well, I think Dr. Polia also spoke to this independent schools registrations. In the case of Umalusi here, because we also have to look at the schools that have been registered with us, whether they are accredited. Umalusi has done that. And to date, approval letters were issued to the PEDs, which applied for examination status, because the PEDs apply for examination status for the exam centers that are managed by the PEDs. And Umalusi has communicated the information to the PEDs, meaning they are ready then to conduct exams in those centers. For the school-based assessment, because this forms the part of the final mark of the candidates, what we have found out is that the systems and plans for quality assurance of internal assessment and related components, which is the orals, practical assessment tasks, are implemented across the PEDs. And there's a circular which the DBE issued, Circular E06 of 2022, for the quality assurance of school-based assessment in grade 10 to 12 to PEDs, and that circular is currently implemented. We're satisfied with the round that we had on the SBA. We realized that the circular is being implemented appropriately. Like it's indicated here, we have conducted our first phase of SBA moderation between 30 June and 20 August across all the PEDs. Printing, packaging, and distribution of question papers. In 8 PEDs, printing will take place in-house. 1 PED will print at the government printing works. And 7 PEDs have done the in-house printing in the previous examination. The Northwest will print its maiden question papers this year, and that will make now 8 PEDs which will be printing in-house, and will only left with 1 that goes to GPW. And 5 of the printing precincts were audited through the completed self-evaluation reports of the PEDs, and Umalusi found the said precincts compliant to the DBE set standard operating procedure and requirements. And in addition, Umalusi conducted an independent on-site audit of the Western Cape and the Northern Cape Education Departments, and we were satisfied with what we have observed there. And it is worth noting that the measures on security are regarded as classified information and cannot be published, except to highlight that Umalusi is satisfied with the vetting of the printing sites by the South African Secret Services, in addition to the security measures set out by the DBE. This slide also refers to the printing. Like I've indicated in the previous slide, we are happy with what we have seen so far as the printing of the question papers and all examination material is going to be taking place. We feel the PEDs are ready for it. I'll skip all these slides because they speak to the same thing. And like Dr. Polia has indicated, that the DBE criteria for audit of storage points is clearly articulated. And in terms of conditions of approval, whether they then give them approval, partial approval, and non-compliance, and the approval of storage points is the competence of the DBE based on the standardized key indicator. So then we have noted that all the PEDs that have been audited so far, they are well classified according to this criteria. And this criteria also informs us as Umalusi when we are going to be doing our monitoring, where actually to focus, because we monitor a sample. So those ones that are being classified as risk centers, those actually are the ones that will be on our radar during the examinations. But we do appreciate that they are classified and giving direction on where then we should focus our energy so that we do not have leakages of question papers at any point. In 2022, we issued a directive that required major criteria as determining for storage and nodal points to be adhered to. And in 2023, DBE approved a good number of storage points, which we are satisfied with. And we will verify the rest of the PEDs that we did not verify by the 31st of August. Then we come to the conduct of examinations. What we found is at 31st August, the DBE has systems in place to ensure that the PED conduct examinations in line with the prescripts of the regulation that governs the conduct, administration, and management of the NSC exams. This includes the profiling of exam centers according to the level of risk which the PED are required to categorize. And as observed from the June exams, we were happy with how they were categorized and how they were monitored. And the DBE adopted a monitoring hierarchy model as a national monitoring approach, and this model promotes monitoring to be conducted across different levels of management to include national, provincial, and district. Notably, the PED's monitoring plans intend to reflect the model. The DBE advocates a monitoring target of 70 to 100% coverage, which we are pleased with. This will make sure that most of the centers that are writing exams will be monitored throughout the examination. Then furthermore, in the conduct of the examinations, in addition, the integrated monitoring model, which is intended to strengthen the monitoring across levels of the exam centers, is being adhered to since its inception in 2020, and that is really making the monitoring of the examinations very efficient, and Umalusi is satisfied with the direction the DBE has taken in that regard. Invigilator training strategy and training plans are also being finalized, and those will then be reported on later after they have been audited. Marker selection, the appointment of markers, because the assessment bodies appoint the markers, then Umalusi go in and audit the list of those markers that have been audited. Northern Cape, the PED finalized the selection of marker process. The recommended markers will be appointed on approval of the head of department, and Umalusi's verification of appointed markers will be conducted sometime in September. For Western Cape, they also finalized the nomination of markers. A new strategy to mitigate the shortage of markers was put in place and piloted in the June 2023 marker appointments for some subjects. And this entailed the appointment of markers not per paper, but per subject. And Umalusi verification of appointment markers is also going to be taking place now in September. Also for the Eastern Cape, we will do the verification from the 15th to the 22nd of September, and for the Free State, 22nd to 24th September, and from Mpumalanga, we'll be verifying 15th to 22nd September, and we will then confirm our findings in the report that we will then produce after the entire audit has been conducted. Also, for all the provinces, the dates are there. When are we going to conduct it? In other words, at the moment, there is little that we can say about the audit of markers because we haven't finalized our audit of the appointed markers. Now, marker capturing, that's another criteria that we looked at. And based on the June 2023 conduct, admin and management of the exams, Umalusi was satisfied with the level of readiness demonstrated by the DBE on the capturing of marks. And the PED plans to use the same marker capturing venues since they are well-resourced and compatible to the process. However, the audits of these sites will be conducted in October. And data capturers will be sourced from the pool which was appointed during the previous 2 examinations. And Umalusi will conduct an independent verification process in November and December prior to the commencement of marking. For the management of irregularities, which is also an important part of the credible conduct of the examinations, we have noted that the DBE has functional structures at national and PD level, which deals with the examination and assessment of irregularities. Then the national strategy to combat examination irregularities has been advocated through the pledge ceremonies, which normally take place in the PDs later in the year prior to the writing of the exams. And based on the observation of the June exams, a significant reduction of irregularities during the June 2023 examination suggests the effectiveness of the strategies used by the DBE and the PDs. The DBE complied with Umalusi reporting requirements during the June, and these reporting requirements will still be communicated with the DBE in preparation for the November exams. And to curb the recurring possession of cell phone irregularities, the Northern Cape Education Department planned to conduct a pre-readiness of the writing session with the candidates who arrive late for the examination, as it was observed that irregularities emanate. Now, I'm going to give you a summary on the state of the IEB, which is the Independent Examination Body, to conduct the exams. We have included this also because even though it's an independent examination body, but it is quality assured by Umalusi, and I think the portfolio committee has also have to have oversight on that. Now, the status of the IEB as far as the readiness to conduct this examination is as follows. The IEB was able to comply with the Umalusi question paper requirements. And to this end, as of 31st August, 61% of their November 2023 question papers has been externally moderated and approved. But the figure has since changed because this was just as 31st October. They are almost at 100% as I speak. And the final November 2023 examination timetable is also published. The registration of candidates was finalized, and the training of invigilators was conducted prior to the conduct of the June examinations, with a follow-up training scheduled for September 2023. And this is aimed to accommodate invigilators who were not able to attend the training sessions held for the June examinations. In the November 2023 NSC marking centers are identified. These are the same centers that the IEB used for the June examinations. And the appointment of markers is in progress, and Umalusi will be auditing the appointed markers in September. In the management, the IEB has outlined its resources, both human and financial, to Umalusi. And in the report to Umalusi, the IEB was able to demonstrate stability in the running of the national examinations through adequate staff complement in the administrative and management of examinations positions at head office, and therefore will be able to deliver all examination processes. And in the table there, we have their registration figures, 23 as compared to 2022 full-time. In 2023, they have 14,127, whereas in 2022, they had 12,581. And part-time, 2023 is 1,060, an increase compared to 2022, where they had 955. And that gives you the total of the candidates that the IEB will then be conducting an exam for this year. Their exam centers are classified also as low risk due to them having satisfied the pre-registration criteria of the IEB. And all exam centers which will be administering the NSC exams for the first time with the IEB will be monitored closely through a face-to-face and an online monitoring process. For the SBA, they have systems in place and will be moderating their SBA in October and report on those after that monitoring. And SBA policy is in place. The IEB appointed moderators for regional moderation of SBA PET and oral assessment. As for the printing, based on analysis conducted from the self-evaluation report we received from the IEB, we noted the following. The printing of question papers is outsourced to an external service provider, and contract has been signed to that effect. A detailed service level agreement between the IB and the service provider is renewed annually, and the IB has in place a management plan which will incorporate the printing, packaging, storage, and distribution of their question papers. And in line with the SLA provision, the IB officials monitor the printing facility when printing takes place, and all processes post-printing are monitored. And substantive evidence supporting the focus area was received from the IB, and this was in line with Umalusi audit requirements. So you should also note that the IB has invested highly in putting in place stringent security measures at all levels of printing of question papers, packaging, storage, and distribution. And IB complied fully with Umalusi requirements for that. And that was evidence in line with key indicators. It is worth noting that measures on security are regarded as classified, like I indicated earlier on. Hence, on the slide, we don't mention actually those items as we're trying to keep the security measures as protected as possible. For school-based, IB has systems in place, and Umalusi will moderate in October. And the police, I think this I've mentioned already. Yeah, even this one. And the SLAs I've also mentioned. Now let's go to focus area 5, which is the conduct of examinations. Training of invigilators will be conducted. Monitoring plans will be finalized after receiving the final training plans from the schools. Appointment of monitors will be finalized in September. The training manual for the training of monitors have been developed and it's submitted to Umalusi. The IB makes extensive use of audiovisual monitoring of their examinations, and the IB staff monitor the conduct of exams via video streaming. All the schools that are affiliated to the IB have this gadgets, and the IB is able to monitor the exams remotely from their offices, but they do also conduct some face-to-face monitoring by visiting these schools. The monitors have been trained and related monitoring plans are in place. The risks associated with the conduct of writing for exams were outlined and mitigating strategies were highlighted, and that's from their report. Marker selection, appointment of markers is at an advanced stage. Umalusi has put processes in place to audit the selection of the selected markers processes, and the audit of markers is underway in September, October. And the IB has a policy and criteria for selection and appointment of markers. For systems for mark capturing, they have a system in place for that, and the IB was able to provide accurate marks for the June 2023 examinations, and we hope they will uphold that standard at the end of the year as well. And Umalusi will conduct dry run testing in preparation for the standardization of the November exams in December for the IB. The last, no, not yet the last, management of exam irregularities. The IB also has a system in place to manage the irregularities that may occur during the conduct, administration, and management of the examinations. The policy and regulation pertaining to that, the IB process and procedure is dealing with the exams. As I've mentioned, they do have that in place. And they've got what we call an Examination Irregularity Committee, the EIC, which is a structure established to deal with irregularities, and it is fully functional, and we're satisfied as Umalusi with how it functions. All the registered candidates receive an examination instruction booklet wherein the penalty clause is covered there, and it clearly articulates the examination irregularities and the sanction imposed in case of a said contravention. So the candidates go into the exams knowing that if they commit a particular irregularity, this is the kind of penalty that will then be imposed on them. And in addition, the IB has incorporated within the invigilator and monitor training manual strategies to manage irregularities and protocol to be followed in reporting examinations and assessment irregularities, because it's very important also for the invigilators to understand what an irregularity what an irregularity is and how to handle if they observe one. And Umalusi observed that the IB has effective systems in place to combat irregularities. The use of the smart lock key to seal their question papers and scripts together with the real-time monitoring through the online system are some of the measures the IB has put in place to safeguard the credibility and integrity of the examinations by safeguarding the examination material. And in the June 2023 NXC examination, which was conducted free from irregularities, that was one indication that they really take care and handle the irregularities appropriately. Now, in the following slides, I'm going to give a summary of how ready is Sakai, which is the South African Comprehensive Assessment Institute, another independent assessment body that is conducting the NSC examinations. 65% of their question papers were ready, approved by Umalusi by the 31st of August, but the process is now in an advanced stage as well. The 2023 subject structures were finalized and submitted by Umalusi. The year-end November exam timetable is also published, like all the other assessment bodies. Registration of candidates is closed, and final candidate registration data is processed to ensure that accurate candidates' registration is captured. Sakai staff conducted on-site audits of newly registered examination centers by July and August, and they've reported to Umalusi on their findings. Then list of exam centers were finalized and submitted to Umalusi for approval. The Sakai management plan for appointment of marking personnel is in place, and Umalusi will audit that upon the list of those appointed markers in September. Now, for the different focus area management, Sakai has the capacity to manage the examinations and assessment, in that it has a budget that can manage the finance, all examinations and assessment deliverables, including the staff salaries. The head office staff established is currently in line with the organogram, and all key positions are filled. Sakai candidate registration, as indicated in the table there, for 2023, they've got 5,660 candidates as compared to 4,951 last year. Sakai candidates are regarded as part-time, so they don't actually have full-time candidates. Registration of the candidates, the policy on screening, identification, assessment, and support is a regulatory framework used in the management of exam accommodations and concessions in recognition of candidates with learning barriers. The process of approval for the 2023 application for candidates seeking examination concessions and accommodations is at an advanced stage, and that will also be audited later when we do our final audit of Sakai. For registration, Sakai established 78 exam centers for the November examinations, and an audit report for the June exams was conducted, and the report was submitted to Umalusi. We still expect them to also submit the report on the 78 centers. For SBA, Sakai policy and guidelines are also in place, like all the other assessment bodies, and Sakai shared with its center schools the 2022 external moderation report as part of feedback. These are the reports that emanate from Umalusi's moderation of their school-based assessment, and they've shared those with their schools so that then their schools will learn from the reports of Umalusi in order to improve on their SBA. And the 2023 Sakai moderation of SBA, orals, and PET will be conducted in September. And as we do that, we'll be looking at how then did they implement the feedback that we provided in the 2022 moderation. And Umalusi will moderate Sakai SBA in October. For printing, Packaging and distribution of their question papers. Printing is outsourced to an external service provider who supply the printing infrastructure and technical competencies on the operation of the printers. Printing work is done on site at Sakai premises, though it is outsourced. All printing work is done in a controlled environment that complies fully to the service level agreement, Sakai and the service provider. And based on the printing plan for the November 2023 preparations are at an advanced stage with the printing of answer books. And outstanding to the finalization as per the printing plan are the following: uploading and printing of the information technology IT, computer application CAD, question papers, and full-scale printing of all question papers. And that will be done in September, with the last printing to be done in October. And Umalusi will verify all the outstanding printing processes in September. And as observed from the preparation and delivery of the June 2023 NSC examination, the printing and packaging of question papers were successfully managed. And Sakai has invested highly in the security of question papers, and these measures cut across at all levels of the value chain. For packaging and distribution, and SLA with another service provider for distribution and collection of question papers and answer script is in place. An integrated management plan for the packaging and distribution of question papers is in place, and that will assist Umalusi to monitor the entire value chain. And Sakai has an SOP for printing, packaging, and distribution of question papers, and the assessment body has clearly defined and stipulated measures of security in the distribution of exam question papers. And it's again worth noting that the measures on security are classified like I've indicated, hence we don't stipulate or list them here. Conduct of exams, management plan for the monitoring is finalized. Monitors are appointed but not yet trained, and training of chief invigilators and invigilators was conducted and reported on to Umalusi. And Sakai exam centers are categorized according to a risk profile, and all newly registered exam centers are profiled as high risk because they'll be conducting the exam for the first time. So then they will have to be monitored seriously to make sure that nothing untoward happens at those centers. Resident monitors will be deployed to high-risk centers, and risk management plan and mitigation strategies are compiled. Marker selection and appointment of markers continued here. Sakai has the policy and criteria for selection and appointment of markers, and the selection and appointment markers process of the November paper is in progress. The system for marker capturing are in place and provided accurate marks as observed during the June 2023 examination, and Umalusi dry run testing of the Sakai system is underway in December in preparation for the final 2023 examinations. For the management of irregularities, Sakai Examination Irregularities Committee is fully functional, and based on their June 2023 examination, Sakai was able to deliver a credible examination with a recording of one administrative error and omission case. In addition, Sakai has effectively managed previous examinations and has no record of unresolved examination irregularities. Sakai has invested highly in conducting irregularity-free examination by applying consequence management to invigilators who are found into contravention of their contracts. The measures to manage examination irregularities are in place, and these are incorporated as part of the content on training of invigilators, monitors, and markers. For the centers that are accredited, Sakai level of adherence to address the accreditation status of all centers registered is really commendable. And Umalusi conducted the intervention visit to Sakai early in the year. This was used to evaluate Sakai systems readiness to conduct, administer, and manage examinations. And Sakai was provided with feedback in that regard. This means We actually conducting a second SOR audit with Sakai. What we did based on the report of 2022, we then have a full-scale audit of their systems early in the year and provided them with the report in order to assist them in preparation of their state of readiness for the 2020 examinations. So we hope that feedback that we provide early in the year has paid dividends, and we expect them to have done a better or an improved process in preparing themselves for this year. Now, in conclusion, Umalusi conduct the preliminary evaluation of the state of readiness of the DBE, IEB, and Sakai, and was able to engage with the information presented in the self-evaluation reports we received from the assessment bodies. The status of this report provides the scope of work covered in preparation for the November 2023 NSC examination. This preliminary report is a clear predictor used to gauge the level of preparedness as at 31st August 2023. However, the verification follow-up on outstanding processes is underway in September and October 2023. And based on our observation and on the progress presented by the three assessment bodies, it can be concluded that there is acceptable progress made and all assessment bodies are on track with the preparation for the year-end examination. A comprehensive report on the state of readiness of the assessment bodies to conduct, administer, and manage the November NSC examinations will be shared with the public during the media briefing scheduled to take place on the 13th of October. On that account, Chair, I would like to thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our presentation, and we're happy to take guidance from you from here on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Balim and the team. Engage with the two presentations with the show of hands. I see the hand of Honorable Mawatsetla, Honorable Marina Van Zyl, Honorable Letsie, Honorable Nodada. I think those are the hands that I see now on the platform. Let me allow honorable members to.
Chairperson, your last words were not echoed very well. I wonder if it is me or you. We are hardly able to hear you. You are stammering. I suspect connectivity on your side. But if I'm okay, I just believe you said I must fire on. I will do so. I take it we will not knock off at 12:30, but because what we are going to talk about is going to be very important. Your discretion is, of course, of great value under the circumstances. The starting point for me will be to welcome and applaud the two presentations. Very encouraging indeed as we get ready for the forthcoming examinations. It's encouraging in the sense that it is addressing both learner and system level of readiness. Maybe in the interest of time, let me go straight to the first question at my disposal. I know they will be intertwined because both Umalusi and DBE are in the main talking about the level of examination preparedness. My first question, Chair, is in relation to the Siavula. I just need clarity here because I don't think there is synergy that is being portrayed. The Siavuma textbooks, of Vula textbooks, what informs the law user rate in KZN as related to Limpopo, despite KZN having a large learner population? Number two, what impact does the commercialization of winter or autumn classes have on the availability of top and performing educators, if not teachers? Number three, what tracking or assessment of performance is done for the learners attending extra classes to evaluate the impact of programs, especially where pre and post tests were not undertaken? Maybe the last question, Chair, would be directly on the examination irregularities, which in principle has become a generic risk from one examination to the other. The integrity, credibility, security, or even fairness of any examination can be undermined by a simple element of exam irregularity that may arise. That's why the EEA looks at this as a very serious misconduct, which is not only chargeable, but dismissible. When I started principaling, I was told examinations can either build or destroy you. And during the course and during my tenure as a principal, I realized what that really means. And more often than not, Chairperson, it is the learner. What is disturbing is the learner involved who pays the price, whilst the real architects of such misdemeanor, the persons in the form of the departmental officials, walk free. The learner's results will be delayed and affect the future movement academically for such a learner. But departmental officials walking through actually were the architects of such misconduct, irregularities. Now my question is to the department: what additional and new mechanisms have you put in place? This question can either be what corresponded by DBE or Umalusi in any case. Have you put in place for the forthcoming examinations to avert us? And as reported today, and it is said DG has pledged to visit all of them. Just maybe like I said, a word of caution. The DG is not growing any younger. Can we just advise that maybe, Honorable Minister, you consider getting him a driver if he must visit all these more than 180, because we want him and we need him alive than dead. Thank you very much.
In that order, Honorable Marina van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the Minister. I think she's absent at the moment. The Deputy Manager, Deputy Minister, DG, and staff, also the honourable members and guests on the platform. I'm going to be very short. Based on the issues last year with teachers and invigilators assisting children essentially to cheat in these exams, can you provide an update on the security measures put in place to prevent any form of cheating or irregularities during the examination? I know Dr. Paulia quickly touched on it, saying that the matters are still ongoing, but we as a committee have not really had updates on what's happening in that. So we would really like to be updated on that as well, on the cases last year. Then secondly, based on experience with the maths paper, which had an error in it last year, which adds to the confusion, the stress and anxiety for children while writing exams, what has the department done to ensure that this doesn't happen again? Thanks, Chair.
Honorable van Zyl, are you done?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm assuming that you're away from your gadget the time I said I'm done. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you. Who's next? Honorable Letsie.
Good day, Chairperson, and all honorable members on the platform. Good morning, Nodada, my brother. Thank you very much for a good day to everybody again. Let's welcome the presentations, very long presentations, one must say. My questions is that on Umalusi, what sustainable development plan do we have for markers, or is required for markers, or is it not a significant risk? We just recruit every year for markers here and there, you know. Every year we must vet them, if they are fine, or we have a long, you know, development plan for these markers, so that we have at least a pool we can pull from, that we don't need to train every year and all of those things. And which irregularities were reported in the June examination period, and what actions have been undertaken to strengthen those processes that you may have picked up in June, and relative to the NCS examinations, the IEB examination registrations have increased. What are the possible factors to this thing that IEB examinations have increased more than the NCS? What are the possible factors there? And what measures are in place for school-based assessment for home education learners, if any? And then to the department, what memorandum of understanding or consideration does the department have with NSFAS and higher education institutions to increase awareness of funding opportunities and application processes? Noting that when we released the results on the 19th of January, a significant number of children may have not have applied at institutions of higher learning, and they will only apply after receiving these results. So, and I must just explain this process because, or this period, because I sometimes think that when we ask questions, we're assuming that we understand the process. When you release the results on the 19th of January, the kids get their results on the 19th of January. Some of them then realize that they may have applied at VUT for something else, but their results shocked even them. So they decide to apply for medicine at Wits or Medunsa or Sfakomakhatuna. So they now apply afresh on the 19th. On the application, they don't have funding. So they also apply to NSFAS, which will likely close on the 31st of January before any other decision can be taken on them. At institutions of higher learning, registrations starts, say, on the 2nd of February. They give these learners offers on the 2nd of February for 7 days to come. On the 14th of February, they are taking the offer somewhere because institutions don't know if this child is not accepting this offer. They may have accepted an offer elsewhere. So that's why they make their offers time bound or period bound. So by the time NSFAS makes a decision, which will probably be at the end of March, because at the time they will now be dealing with almost 2 million. Like this year, they were dealing with about 1.7 million applications. So if NSFAS does not make a funding decision on this child, and this child then loses his or her position at an institution of higher learning, based on the fact that even though they may want to accept, but they are not registering because of this period they are of releasing results on the 19th of January. This year alone, DG, from higher education institution, we lost almost 20,000 poor people who could not pay registration on time. By the time NSFAS came and said, we are funding this one, the university had no space. Because I serve on the higher education portfolio committee, I had to go at University of Free State, it was a mess. We had to go and try and negotiate there. But really, honestly, there was no more space. So the issue of releasing results on the 19th of January is really not assisting, especially the poor kids of this country. Is there anything that can be done to look at the issue of releasing the result on the 19th of January? And do you have that memorandum of understanding between NSFAS and higher education institutions? What accounts for the steep decline in part-time enrollments in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Eastern Cape? Is the decline in maths literacy as a result of the preference for maths, pure maths? And does the department have intentional programs to encourage enrollment for maths than maths literacy? There is a gradual increase in technical subjects. Does the department have adequate resources for teaching and learning technical subjects? Noting that at the beginning of this year, when we did an oversight, we may have seen some schools who are teaching technical subjects without the resources. And lastly, what is the plan of the department to sustain sufficient enrollment to key subjects required by the economy, such as agricultural science, business studies, mathematics, history, etc., etc., etc.? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Letsie, Honorable Nodada. followed by Honorable Bafuze Yabo, and see the hand of Honorable Mpingo Kigaba. She's back. In that order.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for the presentations. They're quite comprehensive, and I'm glad that some of my prep questions have been thoroughly answered, which limits some of the questions that I do have, which I do think is assistive. So I just want to start with a point that has been raised by Honorable Van Sale. And I think it was partially covered, but I just want to check with the department and Umalusi in terms of the irregularities that transpired last year in terms of specifically or especially the teachers in Mpumalanga that were involved in the teaching scandal. Do we maybe have an indication of when those investigations and reports can be concluded and provided to us so that we're able to measure what consequence management has been put in place for that, for those particular irregularities in the previous examination? And I do see that there's a lot of things that have seemingly been done to try and insulate the exam process from being open to scrutiny of that nature again. But I guess obviously it will show over time when we see through the exam process whether those have been meaningful and effective. So I just wanted to check on that one in particular. And then secondly, is just to check how many high, medium, and low risk centers are in each province. And having identified those numbers for the different provinces, is there a different approach to how we deal with those particular centers to ensure that they are not open to scrutiny, but there's extra measures that are put in place to ensure that the high risk centers actually operate without any hindrances? And then I just want to go to the registration of candidates. Comparing the stats from lower grades, which are entry grades, with these registrations, there seems to be a very steep decline. And I just wanted to check what could have contributed to that decline. There may be various reasons as to why these numbers are so low in comparison to lower grades or entry grades. If there is, something contributing to that particular decline, what is the department doing about it to ensure that at least there's an alignment in what we see in the entry level grades vis-a-vis the registration when the enrollments of candidates or registration of candidates in this graphic that you put on. The presentation was so long that I just forget which slide page it's on, but it's basically the table that covers the province, full-time, part-time, and the total enrollment. So I just wanted to check what could contribute to the decline. And have we identified, for example, where the missing learners are, or the learners that seem to have declined the numbers, to the higher grades, whether they've taken a different route, gone to private school, have they dropped out? How are we able to track, where those particular missing learners are? And then linked with the same graph and the presentation done by DB is just to check until when is the 3-stream curriculum model going to be implemented? Is there, a way in which we align it throughout the system? Or, is it going to be limited to a certain spec or a specific timeline? So I just wanted to check, when is the 3-stream model going to be implemented? And then the other thing that we've seen in the presentation is there seems to be quite a, I don't know whether I'm going to call it a failure rate or what, but in grade 11 particularly, I wanted to check that the schools that, we have across all these provinces, could it be that they are beginning to fail more learners in grade 11 by creating, bottlenecks? Or what could be, the decline that is caused between, grade 11 and matric? And, it'd be interesting to see whether, the department has monitored any of these practices or have picked up any of these practices by the schools, and whether, these practices, if they do exist, have they tried to eliminate them? So I also wanted to check on that particularly. And then I think my last set of questions are much more generic. As some colleagues may know, I'm very critical about the throughput rate. In essence, I mainly refer to it as the real matric pass rate, and people think I'm trying to ridicule the pass rate, but it's the throughput rate that I'm much more critical about. And there's a tendency by a lot of these provinces to adopt or get programs put in place where they send learners into camps to prepare for final examinations. And I just wanted to check whether these camps, do they not promote, schools totally relying on the camps themselves, even though we know that in some instances they are assistive. But have we not found that, schools now heavily rely on those particular camps to maybe, cover work that should have been covered throughout the year? And in some instances, you'll find that throughout the year, teachers may want to go to memorial services and all of these other things. Are they still allowed to pull out of teaching and still attend these? And how does it affect the learning and teaching time that has been set out for learners to participate in that? And then the second last one from me, Chair, is what happened to Anna? Is there an alternative to Anna, or is there any report the department can share on the recent systematic evaluation conducted? Because I'm only aware of one province that has done those systemic tests. So I wanted to also check what happened to Anna is an alternative to Anna at the moment. And if there's no alternative, then, is there any report from the department that they can share on the recent systematic evaluation tests conducted? This is obviously outside what we participate in internationally, like Pearls and so on. Then my last question, Chair, is to maybe to Umalusi, or the department for that matter. I've raised something in the past to say, internationally, are we benchmarking about the best way to assess learners in terms of the knowledge, personal and professional development in school? Because you'll find that some countries have completely scrapped examinations. They don't write exams anymore. It's just continuous assessment just to measure the knowledge, the professional and personal development of a child or learner in a school. So in South Africa at the moment, we base everything of ours on an examination. And I don't know whether we are able to use other methods such as continuous assessment, which has been used world over, to measure the performance of that particular child, so that it is all about the quality that they receive in school, rather than, cramming the most at the end of the tunnel in matric and see who can best apply the knowledge they will manage to cram the most in the head. So I just wanted to check with that. There are different models of continuous assessments. There are different models where people write exams without a particular timeline. But in South Africa at the moment, we cram everything. The National Senior Certificate is literally based on what can you do in your final examination in matric. And should we not be exploring at least or doing some form of research as to what alternative methods are there that exist where we can assess children, on terms of their knowledge, personal and professional development, so that they are able to acquire that skill or knowledge in getting those certificates in their exit stages. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Notata. Honorable Yabo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to members on the platform. Greetings to the DG and all other members of his team from the department. The questions I would like to ask, Chair, excuse me, are as follows. The class of 2023, and obviously this is in retrospect of their build-up years to grade 12. The class of 2023 has been significantly impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, which disrupted teaching and learning for a significant period, resulting in learning losses. The department has undertaken numerous support measures, such as extra classes and easy access to digital resources in many instances. From the continuous assessment of the performance of these learners, what has been the performance of the 2023 class in its June exams and other assessments? My next question is what the possible effect of a trimmed curriculum for the class of 2023 in relation to their readiness for further education and training or university studies has been? What has been the possible effects of the trimmed curriculum? My next question, Chair, is with regards to the filling of vacant posts. Despite Umalusi receiving evidence of action in filling a key vacant post, is the gap in filling key posts still the situation? And what impact can it have? And lastly, Chair, on markers and invigilators, what vetting is undertaken to ascertain the suitability of community members as invigilators? And what sustainable development plan for markers is required, or is it regarded as not a significant risk? Thank you very much, Slalo.
Thank you, Honorable Yabo, Honorable Kikaba.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson.
The chairperson is muted.
Honorable Bongi, can you please unmute yourself? We can't hear you.
No, it's a problem of network in Kimberley. Typical
No,
of Northern Cape.
She's muted. We can see that she's muted.
What is going on now?
You were muted. I think you did not unmute yourself.
No, but who muted me?
I don't know. Can you start? Can you start from the beginning?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you hear it clearly.
I don't know which part of you heard, Geche.
That's why I'm saying start from the beginning.
We had
All right.
nothing.
No, the issue is the special schools, DG, and your team. My question is, how have you assisted the teachers for curriculum so that they can assist those learners to progress? But also, I am interested in how are you supporting learners, particularly that use assistive devices like your braille, for them to prepare for the examination. I know in many schools, for instance, learners do share the brailles. So I'm just wondering, when it comes now to examinations, how are they coping? Can we probably also be briefed with the second chance, the program? Does it have a fruitful results? And also, as you are preparing and making sure that these learners are going probably to pass DG, I'm just sitting here with the question of, obviously they would spend some time at school, even after hours, nutrition wise, because there are those who come from homes who really don't have a thing, and because they want to pass, they would stay at home. I mean, they would stay at school and prepare for their examinations. So I'm just wondering if, in terms of nutrition, but also in the presentation, you have highlighted that this cohort was not fully exposed to standardized assessment at grade 10 and grade 11. What does that mean? Can you share with us what does that mean? The fairness of review of question paper in 2022. You'd remember there was an issue of a Setswana paper, and I can recall, DG, that you were not okay with what has transpired with the marking of that paper. How are we going to ensure that this year a problem like that is not going to surface? I know it's about NSC and their readiness, but I think I must use this opportunity to also say probably what we need to do also is to do the same of support to the learners that are in grade 7. Because the reality, there is anxiety when they are going to a high school. And I think at a personal level, they do need some sort of support that prepares them to go to a high school. No, I think let me end it there, Chair. Let me end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Before I hand over to the department and Umalusi to respond, I am conscious about time. It's already 5 minutes to 1. I would request that if the department cannot answer all the questions or respond to all the questions, we ask them to write them and submit them to Mr. Brown, and members would reach those responses. But let's hope they will take 30 minutes to respond to, at least 35 minutes to respond, at least up until 1:30. I have a few questions. I don't want to take long because of the reason that I've mentioned, but I believe that it is important that we update the nation about the importance of this session today, because everyone is interested in knowing the readiness of the grade 12s or the NSC exams. I would like to know through you, DG, what is the likely impact of learning losses for the class of 2023? If maybe you can also add to the questions that have been asked. And my second question will be from the different teaching supports, such as streaming virtual lessons through the VLC app, telematics videos, radio lessons, and autumn, winter, and weekends classes. Which model have been the department have found most effective and impactful to in this preparation for the exams? And my next question is in relation to special schools support. What is the progress of curriculum recovery? And is the learning loss higher on special schools or not? I heard also Chairperson Honorable Bongi has asked almost similar question, but I would zoom into the curriculum recovery. If they've managed also to get support on that one. And my last question will be, what is the diagnostic reports highlight as an area of challenge for this class of 2023? Let me pause there. Thank you very much, DG, and Professor Balim. I will hand over to the both of you to lead with responses. Thank you very much.
Chair, thank you. My sense is that most of the questions are directed at the DBE, and it probably behoves them. Alternatively, we could cover the fairly small proportion of questions that are directed to Umalusi. DG, can I take guidance from you? I'm quite happy to be guided by you.
That's perfectly okay, Prof. You can proceed.
Shall we go ahead with the Umalusi responses?
Yes, Prof. Please proceed.
Okay. I'm sure that will be brief. The questions that were more specifically directed to Umalusi were really from the Honorable Letsia. His question about sustainable development plan for markers and the sustainability of the process. He raised a question about irregularities in the June exams. Did Umalusi pick up any of those? He asked about, is there a reason for the increase in the IEB registrations? I guess that's probably a question that the DBE will also respond to. And he raised a question about the SBA for homeschool learners. How are we dealing with that? I also noted the question from the Honorable Nodada on benchmarking for the approach that we use to assessment in this country. Chair, for all of those questions, I'm going to hand to the acting CEO and to the Umalusi team to respond, because I think they're of such a detail that as Chair of Council, I don't feel competent to thoroughly respond to. Emmanuel, can I hand over to you? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Balim, and good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, and also honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and also the DG, senior officials of the DB and Umalusi. Let me ask my colleague, Member Louis Madalani, to answer the first questions, and then I'll deal with the last questions on the benchmarking. Louis, can you do that, please?
Thank you, Ntatesi. Yes, I will look at the questions that we received from Honorable Letsia. The first question he posed to us was the Sustainable Development Plan for markers. On this one, I just want to highlight the fact that markers are appointed by assessment bodies, and I guess the DBE will be able to respond fully to that question. And the second question was on the reported June examination irregularities. In the June examinations, the irregularities that were reported to us by the DBE actually in the, if I have to put them in hierarchy, it was a lot of crib notes, possession of cell phones, imposters, group copying, possible assistance from fellow candidates or invigilators, and alleged bribery. And we then also got cases where we had to provide concessions for candidates where they were missing scripts. But again, on this one, because the reports came from the DBE, I guess in their response, they will then put more emphasis in what I've just indicated. But the committee has to note the fact that the irregularities were reported to us when the standardization, rather approval was conducted, but most of these were then resolved and candidates were able to be resulted at the end of the process. Then the IEB, the number of, the increase in the number of IEB candidates for this year as compared to last year. For the November 2023 examinations, the IEB has registered 17 new schools. And as the schools increase in their case, then it means the candidates will also be increased. And SBA for homeschooling learners, that one I'm a bit confused because for grade 12, we really do not have homeschooling. Homeschooling is up to grade 9. And anyway, for us as Umalusi, when we deal with SBA, we moderate the SBA. We do not conduct the SBA. And our moderation comes through an assessment body. Like I've indicated in the presentation, that we will be moderating the different provincial education departments' conduct of the SBA, where they will then be presenting us with their findings when they were moderating the SBAs from the different schools. And we will also then go through those and give our opinion on the findings of the SBA. And on that one also, I think the DBE will be able to give more information on the SBAs in homeschools if there are any. But as I've indicated, homeschooling is up to grade 9 and not grade 12. Thank you, Ntate Simanda. Those are the responses for the questions.
Thank you very much, Madalani. To respond to the Honorable Nodada's question on the international benchmarking of the best ways of assessing learners, right? Let me start by saying the NSC is our flagship qualification. We recently concluded a benchmarking study where we benchmark the standard of the qualification, the curriculum, and the assessment. And based on that benchmarking, the report says it is of good or acceptable standard. Now, in as far as the new method of assessing, we are aware of countries where they use a continuous assessment, where they don't have exit kind of qualification, right? But now we are of the view that, or maybe before I come to the view, maybe the best thing is to say that we are aware that the department is piloting with the GEC, right? Because the GEC serve a different purpose. And one of the assessments that they're really piloting there is the one that is going to be continuous or school-based kind of an assessment, right? So when it comes to the NSC, we need to tread kind of carefully. And so it's something that maybe we can engage with the DBE and conduct research on that particular matter. But otherwise, we are happy with the DBE's pilot on the GEC in this regard. Thank you very much.
If I may add, just one more point in response to the question that the Honorable Letsie raised around IEB registrations. I guess there's a derivative question from there, which is there a flight away from the public sector towards more private assessment bodies? It's very difficult for us to answer the question on the reasons. I guess it's going to take a larger study. But I do think it is a reason for concern and something that perhaps as a sector we should be asking more questions about. But thank you, Chair. I think that's all from Umalusi, and over to the DBE. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Balim and the team. DG?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether DM is still in the meeting. When I checked, she was. I'm not sure whether she's still.
I am in the
So
meeting.
we've got to be led by DM. I can't speak before DM says I must speak.
No, I know DM always speaks the last. That's why I'm saying you must. I know she's going to say, I will speak after you. That's
I'll speak
leadership.
last.
Thank you.
Yes.
DG.
Thank you.
She will say that. If she doesn't say that, I can't assume.
I say it.
Should I proceed, DM? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for reading the mind of DM, which I can't. Well, let me start with the whips questions. The diagnostic information that we have for the class of 2023 comes from grade 10 and 11, which was done by the team and shared by with provinces. And the performance, because we compared this class with the class of 2020, 2021, and 2022. And the performance vary in different subjects. They are strong in others they are weaker than one or two, and sometimes weaker than the other three classes. So that information is available. We can make it available. So we've shared that with school principals in the 27 meetings that we've recently had, and there were face-to-face meetings, including district and provincial officials. So I can say it's a mixed bag. Whip of Honorable Aduns, whip of the portfolio committee. What is the progress of curriculum recovery in special schools? Well, the report that we've been getting is that it's on par with your public ordinary schools. But may I also indicate that the learning losses would have been more profound than in your public ordinary schools for reasons that we indicated earlier on. The vulnerability of the sector, the sensitivity and views that society holds about learners with special education needs, and parents had to keep many of them away from school until it was very clear for them that it would be safe for these learners to go back to school. So the learning losses would obviously be much more profound than in your public ordinary schools. What is the likely impact of the learning losses to the class of 2023? Well, as you go back to these classes, the learning losses seem to be much more steep. In other words, the 2020 class would have been impacted not as much as the 2021, and probably things will get slightly better. But as you go back to the lower grades, because they were less prioritized when it came to going back to school, the grade 9 class was among the last two grades which were brought back to school in a staggered manner or in a phased-in approach. Members of the portfolio committee would remember that we had grade 12 and grade 7, and then grade 11 and grade 6, just like that, until we covered all the grades. So the longer the delay, the more likely we've now seen, we can say likely, the more it is that the impact would have been much more than the previous grade. And then the update update to the nation about the importance of today's session. I don't know whether the minister or deputy minister would consider a briefing session to the media, which always happens just before the commencement of the exams or immediately after we've just commenced with the exams. But the chief director from the department responsible for communication is in the meeting. I guess, as it is usually the case, he would immediately inform the public of what transpired in today's discussions. Mr. Mtanga is in the meeting. And then the grade 7 learners. It's quite interesting, Chair, that you're asking, you point into the importance of the grade 7 learners. The Western Cape has even started with grade 4 and other lower grades in supporting learners to improve learning outcomes or to claw back on learning losses. They've got a program, including the Free State and other provinces are following. They are looking at even lower grades to mitigate the impact of learning losses. The error in mathematics, Umalusi had an investigation on this error last year, and there were recommendations which were presented to us, and we are implementing the recommendations of the investigation team that looked at how this error happened or came into being. So that's all that I can say, that we have improved our quality assurance mechanisms in the system, both from Umalusi and from our side. And that should give us an assurance that a similar slip in the form of an error shouldn't happen. Yes, this cohort, like the last two classes, were not subjected to a form of formal controlled assessment in the form of June exams and so on, to afford more time for teaching in grade 10 and grade 11. But we know how to deal with that because we've been able to mitigate that successfully in the class of 2021 and 2022. As soon as we have covered the syllabus, we subject them to more external assessment or assessment type questions, and they become exam fit and exam ready. The second chance program, is it fruitful? It's a mixed bag. In some subjects, there's improvement. In others, there isn't. We still need to do a lot before we can say we've really managed to record the achievements that we wanted in the second chance metric program. The braille machines, you do have a big braille machines and you've got the smaller braille embosser machines, which should be available for learners to use. I have not received any complaint that learners are unable to do their work because they are sharing the braille embosser machines. In fact, in some schools, they even use other assistive devices other than the braille embosser machines, such as computers that learners are able to use individually. And with our connectivity, in the majority, I think I would say in close to 70, 80 schools through your telcos, many of our schools should be having these assistive devices to afford learners to be able to use them in instances of braille. Honorable Yabo, sustainable plan for markers. We are in discussions at the ELRC. Dr. Pulia can give you a little bit of that, but he must not reveal too much, lest we might be accused that we share information and negotiate with unions in bad faith. We are looking at a sustainable package for markers, and Dr. Pulia can say something briefly about that. The 2023, the impact of COVID, yes, I have indicated that there has been an impact in that. Performance in the June exams, again, it's a mixed bag. In some subjects, this class is doing well. In others, it's really struggling, and it's very early to tell at this stage. We want to correlate the performance in June with the preparatory exams in September. They'll give us a sense. We know that June is indeed a predictor for the performance in the final exams, but we want to just triangulate that with the performance in the preparatory exams. Honorable Nodada, I think you were saying what happened to Anna. Anna has been discontinued, I think as early as 2015. We've now replaced Anna with systemic evaluation. We issued the results of that on the 6th of May. I think it should be the first result, grade 3, 6, and 9, which happened on a, I think it's a 3-year cycle. Dr. Pulia can just help me there, whether it's a 3-year cycle or 5-year cycle. So we've had the first results for grade 3, 6, and 9. And I think we've also shared them here. Are the camps not making schools to rely on them and therefore compromise teaching during the course of the year? Maybe it could be true, but the camps are essentially government's effort to do this work on behalf of parents and citizens who don't have the means to pay private tutors like the middle class do. So it's a means of government to really try, and it's a universal phenomenon. But in South Africa, of course, because the gap between the poor and those who can afford is so big that government has been able to plug on that gap of the poor who are unable to pay the private tutors. But wouldn't like them. In fact, the majority of our camps, the colleagues are here, are doing revision instead of curriculum coverage. They are doing revision. We monitor them. When is the 3-stream model going to be implemented? Maybe we should say when is the 3rd stream? Because stream number 1 is the academic pathway, it's been implemented for years. Stream number 2 is the vocational pathway, and we've increased the number of subjects since 2018. The technology subjects that you see, the majority of them in there, or technical subjects, came as a result of strengthening the 2nd stream. The 3rd stream, we are finalizing the curriculum with Umalusi, and as soon as we are done with that, we should start with the implementation. And the pilot is still continuing in a number of schools that are implementing. The 3rd stream is the occupational stream that we are talking about, which are essentially skills programs. How many high and medium centers are in provinces? Dr. Pulia can deal with that. Would the department at Umalusi indicate when will the investigation be conducted? Oh, around in Mpumalanga irregularities, I'm going to ask Dr. Pulia to say something quickly about that. And then Honorable Litiye, rate in subjects that are required by the economy. We go out beginning of the year, and we also, I've talked about the 27 meeting where we bring to the attention of school principals and provinces on the progress that we are making, the gap that is still there, and urge them to really help us to encourage learners to move particularly to your BCM subject. Math and science, obviously, it remains a priority. Does the department have the capacity to increase technical math? Yes. In fact, our concern is that the enrollment numbers are low. We are not getting value for money for the resources that are out there in our technical high schools. We would want more and more learners taking this subject. And I think I want to humbly request public representatives everywhere they go, they must encourage civil society to encourage their learners to do these subjects, because you are not getting value for money. The workshops are empty. The teachers are not fully occupied. We do have capacity now, and we are building more capacity for the future. What accounts for the deep decline in Limpopo and Mpumalanga for math? I suspect is probably the overall decline in those provinces, but Dr. Pulia can say something about it. MOU between DHET, DBE, and HTIs to increase allocation in NSFAS. Well, we only get in through Funza Lushaka, but in terms of the funding of NSFAS is DHET's terrain. We don't get involved there. The IEB registration issue has been addressed. What mechanisms are there to avoid what happened in June? I'm sure Dr. Pulia can come in there as well. What is a sustainable plan for markers to avoid training every year? And again, I said, we've got a package that we are negotiating with teacher unions in the ELRC, which will bring some sustainability in the appointment of markers in this regard. Honorable Van Zyl, maths paper last year, I've indicated that there was an investigation. We have increased the quality assurance mechanisms to make sure that the error that happened in the maths paper, not only for maths, even for other papers, doesn't happen. Can we get a report on the security of question papers? Well, we can do that, but we must remember that the more we give you information, the more we compromise the security of our exams. And I'm not sure whether discrete or to be measured, rather, in giving that information to say we're working with the State Security Agency, who are experts when it comes to issues of security, and we're also doing other things which Dr. Pulia can quickly also cover. Honorable Morwa-Setla, exam irregularity is a risk. Yeah, I agree. The integrity of the exams is very important. If anything happens, then it nullifies even the efforts of the learners, good teachers and good officials in the system. What assessment is done for the learners who attend extra classes? We've got pre and post tests to determine impact, and that's the assessment that you get there. When they arrive, there's an assessment. When they leave, we check how much they have gained. And that's how we determine even the impact of winter, spring, or even autumn classes. And Dr. Pulia can also say something on the Siavula textbooks. My sense is that these are online textbooks, some of them, and that's why in some provinces, the uptake doesn't seem to be that high as compared to other provinces where connectivity doesn't seem to be a problem. Thank you very much. Chair, can you allow Dr. Pulia 5 minutes just to round off? Thank you very much for the privilege.
Chair, can I come in?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add, I think DG has done a brilliant job in responding to those questions. With regard to our long-term plan for market training, we certainly have an interesting project that is getting off the ground, where we are putting together an online training program, which would be modular. But what is quite interesting about this modular approach to training our markers is that it would be integrated with assessment. So post every module, the prospective marker or educator will have to write a test, and only if you pass that test do you move to the next module. If you don't, you repeat the module until you complete all 5 modules required for the program. And once you've passed, we then register you on a marker database. And on that marker database would be all your information regarding your qualification, your experience, your performance as a marker, and we score you. So when it comes to marker selection, we then use the score together with some other very important issues coming out of the PAM criteria to appoint markers, which therefore means that markers will not have to be appointed on an annual basis, but rather we will then say that you are registered as a marker and the period of your registration is for 3 years or 5 years. And after the 3-year or the 5-year period, you'll have to then go for a refresher course in order to renew your registration. So that's the program that we're currently working with the ETDP CETA in terms of assistance with regard to training our markers and also making sure that we have a marker registration process. With regard to exam irregularities, and I think DG has mentioned, but let me just say that there are three components that we are dealing with in terms of these exam irregularities. Firstly, it's a process of setting and moderation. Secondly, it's the delivery chain up to the point of the school. And thirdly, it's the school environment and the administration of the examination at the school environment. And as DG mentioned, with setting and moderation, State Security Agency has done a thorough audit of where question papers are set, how they are set, the IT that is utilized, and they've raised important issues which we're dealing with in terms of security at that level. When it comes to the delivery chain, I think I spoke about the range of audits that wherever question papers are stored, we must be satisfied that the person responsible is at the required level and that individual is trustworthy, and it's one that will not compromise our examinations. We also, in terms of the delivery chain, some of our provinces are also looking at additional security. For example, what is being used in the Western Cape with regard to the smart locking system, and other provinces are also exploring that particular mechanism. Coming to the school and the school as the location where the exam gets administered, that seems to be our biggest problem at the moment. We seem to have got the rest right. And we are now taking a very hardline approach on school principal. Any school principal who was implicated in any kind of irregularity over the last 2 years, such a school principal will not be allowed to administer an examination in his school. And that, we think, will then send a strong message out to other school principals who may be contemplating any act of this nature. I also spoke about the fact that we have a pledge signing, we have a commitment agreement. We're extending that now to teachers, to school principals, whoever's involved in examination. And we think that the power of signing on the dotted line will instill in them the sense of accountability and responsibility. We're also going the route of any school that has been involved in any previous irregularities is regarded as high risk. And high risk centers, we either take over the exam or we place a resident monitor. And that's the way we're going to be dealing with irregularities. In terms of the action taken against the irregularity in Mpumalanga, the teacher was immediately suspended and the investigation is ongoing. Part of the problem we have is that the cell phone was utilized, and the cell phone that we confiscated, unfortunately, was cleared of any data. And even the private investigation company is not able to retrieve whatever, because WhatsApp is controlled internationally. And that information cannot be retrieved even by an investigation or a forensic investigation company. But the investigation is ongoing. And part of our problem is that our learners have not owned up and have not been honest about what exactly transpired in that classroom during this particular process. So that is something we are working with, given the fact that it's an electronic method of transmission, which certainly has various dimensions and angles to it. I think we're taking a very hard line on the use of cell phones. We're saying that every cell phone used by a learner must be registered, and that cell phone will be confiscated. And we also make sure that no cell phones are smuggled into the room. And that's basically what happened last year, is that they were able to smuggle phones in. So we are now using metal scanners. We keep the classrooms locked in the period when exams are not being conducted, so nobody can enter a classroom and locate a cell phone at their desk where they are writing. So those are some of the things that we are doing. With regard to Yeah, the medium, low, and high risk centers, the question posed by Honorable Nadada, we can make that available. We have completed the audit across all provinces, and that information can be made available. In terms of systemic evaluation, DG is correct. It's administered in grade 3, 6, and 9, and it's administered once in a 3-year cycle. So we have released part of the report. The full report will be released shortly in terms of how learners are performing in grades 3, 6, and 9, which we've shared in part the report at the 27 meetings that DG spoke about. I think Mr. Sabanda alluded to the fact about scrapping of exams, which Honorable Nadada raised, and adopting SBA. I think if you look at it during COVID, we've increased the weighting of school-based assessment. So we're also moving in that direction, but we're doing this with some circumspection, because one needs to make sure that your teachers are competent enough to manage school-based assessment. And that's what we're currently working on, improving the capacity of teachers, and then we can improve the weighting of school-based assessment. I think Honorable Yabo, filling of vacant critical posts, our HODs are really doing their best, and we've prioritized particular posts which they are filling. But I think the one guarantee we can give portfolio committee is that those vacant posts are not going to be the reason for an examination compromise. We do have mechanisms in place to make sure that critical posts required for examinations are filled on a temporary basis during the writing of the exam. In terms of community members that are used as invigilators, we have clear criteria in place where community members are used as invigilators, and we make sure that whoever's appointed enjoys a standing in the community. And these are normally religious leaders, communities of a certain, or rather members of the community that have a certain status, and not just using anybody that can contribute to examination irregularities. I think we spoke about the market development. DG covered the second chance program. The nutrition program, very interesting, that the whole issue of extra classes, after hours support, is not just a school effort. It has become, in most of our areas, a community effort. And you would find that members of the community, parents, will get together and prepare a hot meal for learners, so that once the school day ends, they're provided with a meal, and then, Honorable Gigaba, they continue with their after-hours program. The reason we say, Honorable Gigaba, that learners are not exam ready, simply because with COVID, we moved away from examination in grades 10 and 11. Even in the lower grades, we now moved to controlled testing. So learners lower down did not have that kind of exposure to examinations. And therefore, these learners that are currently in grade 12 had to be given this additional exam exposure. I think, DG, we've covered most of what you wanted me to touch on. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Polia. Chair, the one point, I know the Deputy Minister will just roughly cover it. I'm very sympathetic to the issue raised by Honorable Letsie of releasing the results earlier. Professor Balim is here, and the acting CEO will tell you that they actually need more time to do the quality assurance work. The more we bring the release date backward, the higher the pressure we put on them, and they are unable to apply their mind and do their work properly. I'm just mentioning Umalusi. There are other role players that we consider when we draft the school calendar, and the school calendar for 2023, 2024. 2023 is gone already. 2024 has been approved, and we are in the process of looking for considering this request for 2025 onwards. That's all that I can say. I'm sure the rest Deputy Minister can then just cover. But we've taken this matter through HEDCOM, through CEM, and HEDCOM and CEM have fully applied their minds on this matter, and their view was that we better consider it for 2025. So I'll leave it for the Deputy Minister to maybe comment on it as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, DM.
Thank you, TG, and thank you for covering that matter. What I can say, I say we'll strengthen our communication with higher education. Mr. Letier is correct that by the time all the processes, so we need to engage the higher education as well as the NSFAS so that they must understand and give the poorest of the poor an opportunity to be given that opportunity to be supported by NSFAS, because NSFAS is meant for the poorest of the poor. It's not meant for those who can afford. So we'll strengthen the communication with the two, higher education and training, as well as NSFAS. Those doors are opened, because for now we cannot just take a decision and say we change today for some. It's a plan for the exams. Now, as we presented here, we say the markers, this time we'll do this time we'll do this. So it's not possible to can change. But let's strengthen the communication. Chair, I think that all the questions are covered by the DG and the Chief Director. So let me end my story here with this explanation, which I think that Honorable Letier will understand. We'll discuss this outside the meeting so that we enhance the communication, because his consent is our consent also. What is concerned about? Because we can't pass the learners and then the room in the streets, then what will be the value? And that will be put to those that are coming after these ones. So on all the other things, the risks that we observed last year have been addressed. All the security measures are in place. Yes, the human factor that you cannot change. A human being is a human being. Sometimes it's easy to work with stones than to work with a person, because even if you can vet a person, that person can change tomorrow. But you are trying to manage them, that they must have that sense of humor to understand that examination needs to be credible, and we need to run a credible examination, because one question leaks, it causes the whole exam to be doubted. So we are going to do our best together with our provinces to make sure that we tighten all the screws, that the exam remains credible. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Dr. Mhaule, and your team led by the DG, Mr. Mweli, Professor Balim, and the team. Thank you very much for the very long marathon of presentation and clarifying honorable members on the questions that they've posted in the meeting. Thank you very much to honorable members for always pulling together and make sure that our communities are represented in the committee. Even their views and aspirations are addressed here in this committee. Let me take this opportunity then to release the department and Umalusi. And thank you very much. We really appreciate the good work that you are doing. You are putting your best to make sure that our learners are going to, to be the best in every year they get an opportunity to be supported by everyone, by the department, by the parents, by the communities they live in, and all stakeholders. We are really proud that we see that there are efforts that are put in place by everyone to make sure that our learners are supported in all the corners of the country. With all the challenges that they face, the load shedding is not making it easy on them. They'll have to make time to, to study, and other means that are put in place to also assist and support our learners to make sure that they prepare themselves for these examinations. We thank the teachers. We thank them very much that they put more, even what is expected of them, to make sure that they give their all to assist and prepare the learners, give them support in making sure that they will do their best in the final exams. We wish them all the best. As the portfolio committee, we'll be observing the progress, as it was indicated that this is a work in progress presentations. So we'll be also monitoring the progress. But I must say that at least we see that there is a lot already that has been covered and that has been prepared, be it security, be it documents, be it centers, be it marking. Everything has been prepared. All those final preparations will also monitor, and I'm sure we'll get the feedback as and when there is that can be provided to the committee. With those few words, we thank you, DM, DG, Professor. You are now released. Members, can we remain behind so that we, yes,
thank you very
we conclude with the meeting. Thank you so much, DM.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your indulgence and for the stamina of this committee. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Professor. Honorable Bongi.
Why only bye-bye to the professor?
Mr. Brown, is there any other item on the agenda?
Thanks, Honorable Hadwins. There's one set of minutes, if we are able to do that.
I think we can postpone them for the meeting next week. We have agreed earlier that we'll have a special meeting for the Bella Bill processes, and then I think we'll have we'll have to do the minutes then, because already it's a 1:45, and the sitting is starting at 2. I'm thinking of those that's supposed to go to Parliament physical.
Supported.
Thank you so much, Paspal. If there's nothing, Honorable Chair, the real chair of the meeting, may I request that we adjourn the meeting and then we'll meet next week, Tuesday. Thank you very much.
Supported.
I'm speaking on behalf of the real chair.
Pardon?
I'm speaking on behalf of the real chair. We are supported.
Okay. No, thank you.
Are you trying to say? Are you trying to tell us you are a fake chair, or if they?
No, I'm not a fake chair. I'm a chair of the day. I was talking about the chair of the committee. Thank you very much, honorable members. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.